The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Action.
Yo, anybody out there? Hey, let's get this show on the road, on the road. Although we may do a on the road one off New Zealand Skywatch. The weather's getting good out there now. Still haven't got all the cables I wanted, but I can probably make do. So yeah, that's the next thing to roll out the camera. I haven't used it for a while since the last mod, so it'll be a test run. Didn't start with episode 12. So yeah, got a wee bit to go over today. Let's see, let's do the front. Haven't got everything up and running properly yet. Trying to rush it too much. Yeah. So brand new YouTube is still down. They had a countdown that wasn't meant to come live midnight my time, New Zealand, and now it's like 13 or 14 hours ticking by. So yeah, another promise broken there. So yeah, I'm just going to do some reviews, some stuff I've watched. I still haven't managed to do everything I want to do. And then maybe save you some time watching it yourselves. But we will go over a new UK UFO conspiracy show. Well, it's actually from January. I only just found out about it. And the Nope movie, and look over UFO videos and analyze anything, see what we can work out, because the people that put them up don't do a good job, or any job. Just talk crap about it, you know, the usual stuff. So if you didn't see my last episode, trying to stay away from the drama side of things and actually focus on ufology. And if you follow my channel, you'll see that I try and do that. But we got to still get rid of the noise. So that means we're going to have to look at some of the forward channels offerings out there and analyze it still. But in the meantime, we do find some interesting stuff and put it up. So yeah, what's the other stuff they need to talk about? Anyway, I better post up the side thing. So they, as I just said, pretty general. I wanted to do earlier show, but I was a bit crook again. Very sore, very sick, couldn't eat food very well. Now you eat food and it feels sick, there's nothing worse. So that's what we're doing. 64 already. 64. Although one of the shows I wasn't alone. Two of the shows we weren't alone. We had Gabba Beast TV tell us his experiences. And we had Mike King, which we don't see very often anymore. Come on and talk about his childhood or schoolhood experience. So yeah. So my last episode, I summed up and added 2 with more evidence of my experiences, and there still might be more coming. Part of the latest health problem is a new back pain in a strange place. Well, I'd say it's a muscle pain and a new lump under the arm that won't go away. So that's something new that may be developing that we might need to cover. So we'll just see how things develop. But yeah, it's been pretty quiet on the camera side of things at the moment, and no lights going on and bang noises or talking so far. Or noises on the house roof. So yeah, hopefully though we get outside more. Now winter's starting to break away. Better post up my YouTube channel, where you can find most links if you want to fund the research, which is buying equipment basically. Not going to say I live of it, because I don't. I'm pretty much in debt from doing this channel as a labour of love. People that make money from UFO stuff are generally shills, right? People that maybe break even or run at a loss are generally ones that are really into it to find out the truth. So I'll just pin that one. Yeah, so no security in here. That's earned $2.5 million from ad money. In fact, I'm surprised that YouTube hasn't lost me subs just as I started this live show, because every time I do a live show, I lose 1 to 5 subs through the week, and then suddenly I get some subbing to me, and then it goes up again. So there's something weird going on with my account. As you know, it's been pretty much stuck on 2,500 for a good year and a half now, which is abnormal considering all my other channels. What we got? Spammer. What's going on there, Tommy? I saw you there, but we got some other strange thing going on. What's going on there with Amiga? What's that? What's that about? We got a spanner on Tommy, yes. So you can help out there if you want to. Yeah. How you been? Susie? Hope you've been... what's that? Heal quickly. Thanks, Susan. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said in the last show, it could be alien visit related, because my health has been really strange for at least 3 years now, with this strange immune system problem where it's attacking all the cells of my body. It's like it's rejecting my body regenerating itself. And of course that impacts, of course a lot of that got worse with the lockdowns. At least I was getting out with the dog more, but my health deteriorated even slightly more with the lockdown, which made it hard to get back out with the dog. Well, I've got a wee bit better in the last 4 or 5 months. Since I saw the tall whites, I've sort of got a wee bit better, so maybe they're sort of helping, I don't know. People say I'm crazy, but yeah, it's just stuff you don't remember if it does happen, which is kind of sounds crazy, I know, but who's to know what's really going on? Especially when the cameras go faulty when you try to document it, or things get deleted. That's strange in itself, right? But yeah. So at the moment, I can't get this eye operation for the cataracts, which is another add-on to the eye problem, with the immune system being attacking the nerves in the eye, which creates debris. Apparently the eye is meant to have a lower immune system than the rest of the body for some reason. Viruses like to hang out in them. So I read somewhere. I don't know if it's 100% true, but yeah. It looks like some things have changed with my add-on message viewer. When I select it now, I can't read it because it's green and white. Let's see. I keep missing the streams. Yes, I thought maybe you were mad with me. Calling you the cat lady. Cat lady of... I can't remember where you're located now, actually. But John is definitely a cat man. He would probably laugh, but he knows it's true. I'm not sure if he's going to pop on today. Yeah, he's a really softy, and he runs a trailer park. So he's got about 30 wild cats there he looks after, and he traps them and takes them to the vet to get them fixed up so they don't keep reproducing. But he said it's good, they keep down the rats in the trailer park, so that's a good thing. Yes, beautiful souls. Yes, we try to stay away from the hate, but it's hard not to hate some people in ufology that are making them a right mess of it. We always have to be skeptical of anyone that comes from government, right? Because Mr. Doty was the one that sort of changed that, for everybody, I think. So yeah. So who we got? We got Tommy T out there still. We got about 4 on at the moment. Some are going to be lurkers, of course. This will be an easy going show. Just look over videos. Maybe laugh at a few UFO channels presenting it. That usual stuff, Anyway, the first thing I want to talk about is catch and release yet in some places, import cats for mice. Yeah, I'm not too sure how the cats got around the world, but it makes sense that they probably had it aboard those old ships in the 1900s, right, to keep down the rats that seemed to jump aboard. A lot of introduced animals, wasn't there? New Zealand's got its fair share of that, where it kills the natives. And one of them is rats. And one of them is cats too. The cats kill a lot of wildlife. They do it for fun though. They don't do it for food. Well, the rats do it for food. But yeah, Charlie's always out in the garden. He knows there's some rats out there, especially in the compost heap, where it's nice and warm. Somehow they bury into it and start eating the worms and living quite the high life in the compost heap. So yeah, he can hear them scratching around. He's pretty clever, really, for a dog. He's caught one in the hallway once. He was quite proud of himself. But the thing is, that was a field mouse. It wasn't just a rat. And the field mouses look really cute. They're like little, Australian wombats. I don't know. They got big ears and they're sort of nice, grey, light brown fur on them. And they're only little tiny things. They're about as big as fit inside your little hand, you know. And fit inside a little hand, I mean. But Dad has caught rats in the sunroom and outside in the cage, and he takes them far away and then releases them, which is probably not the best thing to do, really. But I said, oh, you can't drown them, it's banned. It's not a very nice way to kill them, apparently. Or gassing them, I suppose. I think you meant to put them in a freezer or something, and they sort of go to sleep or something. What do we do? We've sort of become a wee bit soft, maybe, I don't know, but cats certainly don't muck around when they go after a rat. But yeah, I quite remember my sister was talking about they had a rat in the yard because they live in a lifestyle type block, and it was as big as a small cat. And they had like 4 dogs going after it, and they'd grab one end of it and the other end of it and sort of dismantle the rat. And they'd have to clean up the mess probably. Anyway, yeah, if I was an alien grey wandering outside in her place with the dogs, they better be careful. It'll be ripped into 4 bits. Yeah, she's got German pointers, I think they're called. And she's got this hybrid Dalmatian dog that's crossed with a border collie of all things, and he's super smart. And he moves his eyes around. He's really funny. If you try and catch him looking at you while you're eating a sandwich or something, his eyes go the other direction, but he's sitting in front of you. Maybe one day I'll see if I've got a camera near me and record it for you. But yeah, he's a real funny dog. He almost got killed though. My sister's son was into drugs and was bringing home mushrooms, toxic ones with a red top on it and stuff. I wasn't sure if he was going to smoke it or not, but the dog ate it, and of course he ended up in hospital for, well, the dog's vet hospital for a couple of days. They had to flush out his system, but yeah. Anyway, I suppose we should be talking about UFO stuff. We might get rid of people that are not interested in general chat. Get rid of the lurkers first, eh? Yeah, so yes. No talking about other animals and stuff. We'll talk about aliens and UFOs now. So anyway, this Nope movie. Haven't got any snapshots for it though, but let me just do a spoiler alert. You might want to skim past this part, but I won't spoil it too much. I'll just give you an overview of the plot. Let's see, it's everywhere now in the pictures, and not sure if it's a black director, but it certainly had a lot of black actors in it. Running a horse ranch out in the whatnots, where you get UFOs, of course, in the desert. I couldn't stand the woman actor on it. Her voice was like some of the overreactive people that you get on Oprah Winfrey, with that really thick American African voice. Because I like to watch, if I download stuff, I like to watch it double, 1.5 speed, so you get through it quicker. And she was talking so fast on it. as well, which wasn't helping. Let's see. It's a movie database. Here we go. I'm not sure what rating they give it, but for a UFO movie, I'd say save your 2 hours and 10 minutes on something better. Unless you're drunk or something and haven't anything better to do, I guess. So what does it say here? Residents of a lonely gutch. What? in inland California bear witness to an uncanny and chilly discovery. So they don't even mention UFOs. It would have been better putting UFO in it because a lot of people would watch it then. So there's lots of little clips there. So now you can see the looking up at the sky and all that all the time. So it sort of starts out them on the ranch, and he's taking the horses to the barn, and some space debris comes down from a cloud and gets stuck in a horse and other things, which I won't say too much about. So that's how it sort of opens up, which looks kind of interesting, the way it opens up to start with. Then for the rest of the hour and a half of the movie is all flashbacks of various characters, and also this guy looking at the strange lights in the sky, especially the cloud. They work out is not moving. It's a UFO cloud, guys. How often do we hear about UFO clouds? So they reckon the cloud is hiding the UFO, a bit like Independence Day, I guess. It sort of come out of a cloud, didn't it? A bit like that. I'd say Independence 4 was probably one of the best UFO movies, next to maybe Predator. Although Predator's not really UFO, but it did have UFO type craft in it. Shaped craft in it. Aliens, you know. But yeah, since then it's probably been lacking in really good movies. I think there was a Tom Cruise one which was quite good, where the aliens come and take over the planet and suck up the resources, right? I can't remember what it was called now. But this one, once it gets to the end of the movie, that's when you see what the whole plot's about, really. But most of the middle movie was these flashbacks about this guy as an actor, as a kid actor, and when a crazy monkey goes out of control on stage and starts smashing up the place and hurting people. So I don't understand why it's in the movie. It's just like a waste of time, really. But this guy then, we move forward and he's got like a stadium where he presents horses and cowboys and talks about his UFO, seeing his UFO in the sky experience. And I'm not sure if they simulated it or whatever in the show, but the real one comes down. And all the people disappear. Apparently this movie's about aliens are evil again, rather than coming to collect scientific information and leave or whatever, or simply not interact with us publicly, we expect a good UFO movie to be based on current UFO research, right? And there's no evidence of people being harmed by UFOs, so to speak. There's been suggestions that they've been hurt. The only thing we've got is abduction cases, which makes them evil because they don't ask permission. But then half the people later say They told me, and I'm okay with it, or whatever. So, yeah. Good, I think this really boils down to good and bad aliens out there. Same as good and bad humans, right? And it doesn't matter what race they are, same as humans. Some are greedy in this world, and some are takers in this world, and some are givers. So, yeah. So I guess if aliens were making contact with military people, that might not be the best thing, right? Because military people are programmed to be killers and defend and take over people's land. Well, some of them are anyway, or psychopaths, you know. I think if you're a psychopath, you join the army, that you want to go and shoot everything up. Or you do it because you're patriotic and you want to keep your lifestyle and your friends safe and keep everything free. So, again, military is a mixed bag, you know. But at the moment, we're seeing the negative side of war with Ukraine, right? So, in the end, in the middle there's a case where the guy gets attacked by the UFO. It kind of sucks up like a volcano, tornado, not a volcano. Sucks up the dust, it creates a dust devil and sucks up things, animals or whatever. And he manages to get into a building and hide, blah blah blah. So he goes and gets some camera expert, and a guy that's interested in UFOs. And they set up cameras, and of course the cameras go offline, and they never capture it. So they reach out to a movie maker who's got this old wind-up camera, and he goes out the ranch and helps them create a documentary on it, which is kind of strange. The whole movie's strange. And then they try and bait the UFO to come down from the cloud that's meant to be hovering and watching. And it sort of goes a bit crazy after that, and then it comes down to attacks and whatnot. So yeah, I'd say give it a miss. But yeah, or download it and skim it, because it is long. It's such a long movie for nothing, really. It's a bit of disappointment. So, the more interesting thing I've been watching is a new documentary on UFOs. And it's got the guy from Red Dwarf, the actor Craig Charles, the black guy. Well, wouldn't sort of call him black. He's sort of half black, half white, isn't he? He looks like a pale-skinned Jamaican, is it? I don't know, something like that. Because they've got a lot of Jamaicans in UK. He's quite funny on the Red Dwarf comedy series, though. But I sort of lost my interest in him when he joined Coronation Street. And I sometimes see him on it, because Mum watches that garbage. Anyway, it's called Craig, which is kind of strange. An actor that actually presents a UFO documentary and as part of the discussion and everything is kind of strange to me, because they're the ones that don't have a clue what they're talking about. Jeff Craig's UFO Conspiracies. So this apparently came out in UK in January this year, so I've only just heard about it. And maybe you've just heard about it just now. I thought this might be a rebadge of UFO Conspiracies USA, but it's totally different, and often that's what happens with UK anyway. They rebadge things and change the order of the episodes as well, which is really annoying. But anyway, there he is. And you might remember the guy now. Like I said, he's a very pale-skinned black man. And Sarah, who is on BBC physics shows. There's a scientist, and they look over the top UFO cases together. I've only seen a couple episodes today, but I got some snapshots just to show you. And here's a movie database of it. So I'll post a link to that. I should have done the Nope movie too, but you can look it up. And I will just quickly skim over the messages here. I think Susan's been active, is it? We got this Amiga.com one. Is anyone actually sorting them out? Right, it's Susan. It's about time I gave you a spanner, isn't it? You can help out there. I think you're trustworthy now to handle that side of things. One benefit you get as a moderator is you can now post URLs where Google's normally when Google's blocks you, but they're always changing things, so maybe you still can't, I don't know. If it's all us, like future aliens, well, that's one of the sci-fis, isn't it? If it's from us from the future, where the sun has dimmed and our eyes get bigger to cope with the less light, and we live underground to keep warm with thermal activity, you know, from volcanoes, as possible, I guess. We'll go into the sea. Sea is a good, as we know, radiation absorption material, especially the deeper you go. It's a bit like lead, right? But the thing is, we'd have to keep normal gravity pressures, you know. As you go down, the atmosphere presses against you and eventually you can't breathe. So yeah. But I think by looks of things, the Artemis launch is a bit of a dead loss there. They had a leak on the engine, and a bit like the space shuttle, I think, and they decided not to launch it, which is very wise. But yeah, it's meant to be like a robot test mission, isn't it? Remote controlled. Go around the moon and back again. They're going to do another launch with maybe people and land back on the moon. Oh no, the flat earthers will be disappointed, well and truly. Let's say that's a hoax next, I suppose. There's no space, some of them believe. No International Space Station. Well, you just might be wrong there. Because it's going to have normal people up there with video cameras left, right and centre. So people will be filming all sorts of new space ice UFOs, I guess. But cameras are getting better and better. So yeah, back to actually I was going to look at more of the comments. We'll get onto UFO analysis soon, so don't panic. Is that one finished with? 69 Amiga sounds like a sex site. We need to report that one. Unsolicited commercial spam. Done. And that just deletes them all in one go, I think. So you just use the three dots if you're a moderator next to the bad comments or any spammers, and it'll get rid of all the comments. And you can always undo a block as well if you block them. But yeah, there we go. I just reported it anyway. Okay. Yeah, you've got lots of comments there, Susan. Is there anything that you want to repeat now that I'll put up on the screen? Anything particular? Do it, or forever hold your tongue. It's a rare to catch UFO on film, is it? That's why everyone's so suspect. Yeah, plus they make it hard to film them. They delete the evidence. It's true. I don't know how they do it. Unless it's part of back doors and everything we buy now, and the government are part of this cover-up. There is definitely backdoor on this camera of mine because I used the backdoor to download the images, so it's quite possible that the government is working with UFOs and aliens. And China, because they're the ones that are developing these cameras, have a backdoor to delete the files. But if you can make it harder for them while you're duplicating it in multiple locations at the same time, that's why maybe I've got some evidence now. Because I got going to another room, totally different. We use cabling rather than Wi-Fi that can be blocked. So it makes it really, really hard to stop everything recording. But we'll see how well it goes. Like I said, it's gone a bit silent, which is not good. Gary, I've talked about him before. He definitely saw something as our research onto him. But I believe maybe he saw some computer game that NASA employees had modified, like a Star Trek game, with similar titles, because they're normally called USS Enterprise or whatever. And it sounded really much like a bulletin board Star Trek game that he stumbled across someone's folder with images that were added into the game. That's how I think what he saw. But you got to remember, he was doing it over dial-up, and dial-up is very slow, and when it downloads images, it takes forever in a day. And he didn't have a camera set up recording his screen, did he, to back up his claims? But what happened is he took over did a remote control of a terminal inside a military location, or NASA, or whatever it was, I can't remember now. And someone happened to be working late there and saw the screen come on, and as he was downloading the image to that monitor screen and then screen capturing it, the plug got pulled. But he said it was like a picture of a UFO. But back then there were lots of pictures of UFOs and were being used in games. So I think he may have just been tricked on that one. But he was a real hacker, and he did have a real health problem. I can't remember what it was now. Some sort of brain condition, wasn't it? Makes anxiety go up and heart race crazily, and apparently he was doing weed as well, which wasn't going to help. But yeah, he was lucky not to be exported like they want to do with Kim.com to USA to face hacking charges. Else he would have been in trouble, I think. He may have probably committed suicide inside, I'd say. But anyway. But yes, it's hard to know 100% if that's really the case. It may have been something legit as well. But somehow I don't think so. I don't think we had a secret space force with all these starships going everywhere. I'm pretty sure there'd have been a lot more leakers by now. And Corey Good and Wilcox is not legit leakers. All in the molten hell for that. So yeah. That's just crazy. The garbage is out there. I think it started maybe with Reagan, with his speech. I think that's when the Space Force, the real Space Force, was starting to be developed out in space, maybe in secret. Because I think Reagan was trying to get everyone to think about defending Earth rather than attacking each other. And I think there was obviously some experiments happening in space. We know there is at the moment with the XB-37, is it? It's been up orbiting Earth now because SpaceX launched it in one of their rockets. It's been orbiting Earth doing secret experiments or whatever for the military for a year or a half now. So what it's doing up there we don't know. It may be just a backup plan. It might have a load of nukes on it, who knows. Last resort. I suppose if it's something in space, it's harder to get to too, especially if you've got some, what do you call it, spy satellites that can monitor anything coming close to it as well as an early warning system. So the Russians had satellites that can move around and attack other satellites orbiting. They could then shoot it down with their US would have satellites that could shoot it down. You know, literally fire a piston towards another satellite, would pass right through it and probably cause it to malfunction or go out of orbit. But anyway, back onto this UFO documentary. We can talk about theories and all that till the cows come home and be another talking head, right? But the key is that we really want to look at stuff that focuses on evidence, which is more interesting. And it's very hard to find the evidence, of course. And of course, a lot of people are using FOIA requests to find the government covering up stuff. That's the key stuff we need to focus on. But this series covers the major ones. First one is on the Wells Pent Tush, Cosford Wells one, which we've talked about with Rob in his UFO series. So if you've not been watching my older stuff, I think we covered it pretty well. That was that one where there was one vocal woman that photographed trees that were broken. So I've got some snapshots here. The second episode is meant to be Island Case, which I think Robert's looking into still. Between the UK and, the mainland and Ireland. UK mainland and Ireland. Where UFO was seen by the plane. And basically crashed, wasn't it, or something? What's the next one? I think they do Calvine, the Scottish one, although I haven't seen it. They do O'Hare Airport, which was terribly done, which I'll go over. And one of the better ones was episode 8, which is basically on abductions, which was quite good. But they still put Travis Walton up. But they did the what's his name, Alan Goffrey case, the police cop that was going through a small village and said the UFO was in front of his car. and he got abducted for 25 minutes. He had missing time. And he talks about the typical Mr. Grey in the corner here. So yeah, we'll just go over it now. So I've got a folder with some snaps in it. What's happened? Charlie Roo, that's not him. So I got these filling up the folder here because I want to upload them to Brand New Tube once they come up with a new site. And it's still down, as you can see. That's why it comes over an error message there, telling us instead of sub count. So yeah, the first one is that Pentwish Village, South Wales. And there's the actor from Red Dwarf, and you can see he's aged a bit, and they have the usual UFO expert on, which makes me laugh. But actually Nick Pope in the episode I've seen was actually quite good. So the other ones maybe is pretty bad, I don't know, but the ones I saw actually gave quite reasonable information about the cases. So obviously he had time to research it and then present it on a show for them. So they normally give them some time, aren't they, to research it and refresh their memories. But yeah. I'm not too sure how good he is. He talks about being on the MOD and receiving a lot of phone calls on this case about a flying triangle come over the forest and crashed into the forest with a lot of Chinook helicopters. So yeah, it's probably well worth having a watch of it. And they got this scientist, the astrophysicist lady that they use on BBC a lot. And she's got some funny looks like that. Where they listen to eyewitness accounts on the big screen. Where they get new eyewitness accounts, not reusing stuff from other shows, which is kind of good. They get them on purposely for this show. And she's looking over to the Red Dwarf guy, what's his name? Charles, Mr. Charles. That's another thing about that Nope movie. The effects, the special effects were really basic. And the mothership was like a 100-foot smashed up kite in the sky. Like a big sheet in the sky flapping around. It was stupid, it really was. Don't waste your time on it unless you want to have a laugh or something. But yeah, to be like a scary horror type movie, it wasn't really. But back to this one. So her name is Sarah Crudus. And they're discussing the case and all the aspects of it, which is quite good actually. The interaction, talking about what could there be to explain it away, scientific options, and also talking about the eyewitness accounts, which a lot of UFO researchers, debunkers I mean, seem to dismiss, but they actually used it in the show, which is really good. But they still got a bit blindsided by some of the bullshit out there. So let's just carry on. So this one here, we well know about this woman. I'm not sure if she's married or anything, or lesbian or whatever, but she's her name is Cass, and her story of it is quite interesting. And she said she had 3 lie detector tests and she passed them all. And so they see the report, and we only get a minute clip. I suppose they spent longer on it, and a lot of it ended up on the editing floor. But yeah, they believe her story and her account of what she saw, which doesn't mean it's alien technology what she saw, because there was a lot of military involvement around it. It could have been some sort of experimental craft, just like the Calvine one that popped up, but didn't go back up, but crashed instead, and they had to cut it off and then get people out looking for debris. So this is some of the special effects they had of this rotating mothership, bit like Close Encounters. And they had some, I don't know, probably stock footage of Chinook helicopters. And then they had some of her photographs of the 60-foot tree snapped in half like something had crashed, which could have easily been a triangle shaped fighter jet, you know, because they saw a triangle. So maybe it's similar to Calvine. So we've covered this in more detail with Robert. You can probably find the episode. But the thing is, she managed to photograph teams of people looking for stuff. Although they don't look like they're military, and to get that close to photograph doesn't mean it was actually very well blocked off, if that's the case. So that's really suspect there. So all these people here that helped with the clean out would have an idea what they were looking for. They may have to sign contracts, non-disclosure, and they probably were told that it was a downed plane or experimental plane to try and find any fragments. It doesn't look like a team of experts that would be on a UFO scene. They're not wearing special suits and masks. They're not there anyway. And you got this UFO researcher in UK, Gary, on there, talking about that the government changed the story 12 times. Hey Gabba, how's it going? Yeah, I'll catch up in the side comments in a minute. And then they had this guy on. Can't remember what his name was now. That's him with less hair and older. You can see he's starting to lose it there. So that would have been some snapshots of him surveying the area, saying there was abnormal electromagnetic background. But this Sarah pulled him apart on it, saying, did you have a base reading off that whole area before? And he said no. And without a base control of the same area, it makes the readings less useful. Because it may have like a meteorite impact underground there, or it may have an old Stonehenge with rocks and circles and stuff that's affecting the readings, so you don't know. There's a lot of history in UK with old buildings underneath. But he said the readings in that area were different from the surrounding areas. That's all you could say with that. So is someone trying to get evidence at least, but as means really. And of course they kept asking why she didn't take any videos or photographs, and she said because her phone switched off, it wouldn't come back on. So how many times have we heard that? But I've come less skeptical, as you know, because I've had similar problems. It's not so the phone switches off, the phone stops working. Like the software on it is like frozen, I think, what happens. So you don't get the recordings. So it looks like it's been deleted, but actually it froze for that time period, right? So that's what I think is happening. But other people talk about files being deleted, so that sounds like something that's got remote controlledness to your system, which, like I said, the Chinese build a lot of backdoors in, and of course everybody finds them in the West as well, and the government would be one of them that would have access to your cameras and stuff. And Gabba TV probably knows about that, don't you? I've had camera problems. Yeah. Art Bell, what did he do? Was fun. Art Bell, he sort of played it though, didn't he? He was interested, but he was also a skeptic, but he wouldn't out people on air. He wouldn't, because he knew that was bad for ratings and bad for his income. Just like the same as UFO channels out there, right? They won't say negative things because it will slow down the growth of your channel. If there's no if about it, the camera I got, I was doing a scan of it and found the FTP backdoor with root access. I don't carry a phone around now. I don't either. I got a watch phone though. It has got a camera on it, but it's really basic, I think it's only like 2 megapixels or something, but it does work. Then everybody else knows those backdoors. That's right. But they get a bit more clever. I think they somehow, the way you look for backdoors is through a port scanner. They've got a way of making sure the port scanner doesn't work, but the backdoors still could be there, I believe. I've never seen an Art Bell episode. Yeah, he used to do good interviews, but he was taken in by a lot of people, I think. I was communicating with him when I started up my channel and said, look, have a look at this analysis I've done. And he actually did comment on a couple of them, saying it's interesting. I think I may have changed his mind on some of it on the Facebook. Anyway, going back to this episode, where's it go from there? Alright, goes to Corbell. You can see he's got his name all over it. So he obviously gave him footage of his name all over it. And it talks about the bouquet triangles. And of course, the actor guy from Red Dwarf that knows zero about video analysis was saying, oh look, we got an expert here, and apparently the Navy have confirmed it, of a triangle that matches the description of the triangle at this South Wales case, and it's just hilarious, and that's where it sort of falls apart. And because you got the triangle one that they zoom in here, and we got this guy lying his ass off on camera, trying to make some money out of it. I don't trust this guy, never liked the guy. I was probably the first to out him. I was the first to expose him, saying that his favourite UFO channel was the big fraud hoaxer Tyler Klotner. So I knew this guy was bad news for ufology many years ago. So just carrying on. And they have Phil Mantel, was it? Oh no, not at the moment, but they do get Phil Mantel on. And this guy here, this is on another episode, O'Hare Airport. This guy from USA they had on, claiming that everybody at the airport, including pilots, didn't know the difference between a natural phenomenon called a full streak hole and a UFO hovering and punching a hole through the clouds. Now, full streak holes are formed by airplanes going through. It causes a chain reaction with the ice crystals, and he brought up a map. I think I might have a snapshot of it. There's a full streak hole. It's caused by when an airplane comes from a higher altitude coming down to the airport, and it causes a chain reaction which creates a circle like an explosion, and you can see maybe some lower clouds, which he's probably assuming that the pilots were looking at these fluffy clouds under this hole in the sky, thinking it's a UFO when it's actually a full streak hole. Doesn't fit the descriptions, and apparently a female did actually take a photograph, but that photograph never come to the daylight. I think maybe the government got their hands on it and suppressed it, cover up. So moving on. So he showed here a satellite image where you can see full streak holes apparently, although they didn't circle any. I'm not sure if that's a hole there and a hole there, but you can see the snapshots of the one I've got is low quality, so we can't see that level of detail. That could be one there, I guess. But if you around the airports and you got the right conditions and you got planes passing through the layer, of course it's going to create multiple circles, full streak holes, because that's how they're made. So at the end, the actor and the scientist decided to say not enough evidence on that one because there's no photograph, and I suppose no airline pilots that saw it come forward for the show. Phil Mantell, that's what he looked like when he was younger. It's hard to believe that's Phil Mantell. It's funny that they put on his old image. He looks like one of those geeks that I used to hang out with at school. But anyway, carry on. And that's what he looks like now. Old man. It's amazing how we are designed to age and die, which makes life really strange. Why we have this built-in lifespan? Why can't we just grow to about 25 and not age? Why should we age? Why can't we just keep good health and still die? See, it's kind of strange, isn't it? There should be a limit to how much the heart can take in lifespan, but you shouldn't have to age for it to malfunction. Makes you wonder. That's the sort of thing that makes you wonder why animals all have certain different lengths of lifespan, and why cells can't just keep on repairing themselves. So that's where the question of alien influence, are we an experiment that they're monitoring all the time? So that delves into the other subject material, right? But it's all fascinating. But anyway, he gives them some good information. Phil's pretty good, but he does promote books for frauds out there. And one of them is Jason Gleaves, as I've talked about. The so-called fake UFO analysis guy that thinks everything's a UFO. And he doesn't even know basic camera shutter problems. So just moving on. There's a better picture of him. I'm not sure what he's got on his shelf. I always look at the background of these people to see what they're trying to promote. Often it's material that they're trying to sell. So what's that picture of? Looks like a UFO or something. What the hell's that on the wall? You know, that's pointless. It looks like he's got some figurines of various aliens and a UFO, bollocks to it. Not as good as mine, Phil. Mine actually hovers without being on a stand. Mine just presses against the stand, which I could probably get rid of completely, actually. I think if I did some V-shaped magnets at the front of my UFO and some repellent V-shaped magnets at the front, we could have a gap in between. But yeah, I just can't be bothered mucking around with it anymore. I think it's good enough, my little model. But anyway, they talk about, the last episode that I saw was on abductions. And this lady here, which is, I think they did have a picture of her younger days as a UFO researcher, talks about the Alan Goffrey encounter, the police cop in UK, that has 25 minutes of missing time and has been under hypnosis. Explaining the alien greys and what they did to him. But she talks about there were other eyewitness accounts, which makes it really interesting. But no one's took any pictures, no videos, no pictures. A lot of people saw a UFO in the area when that happened. A light in the sky. A bus driver also saw it. I think it might have been on the road, I'm not sure. Bus drivers generally don't get out, do they? They drive around, so he would have seen it from driving. A school caretaker. So there was a lot of credible eyewitness accounts around the time that he claimed that it was a UFO and abducted him. That's one of the more interesting cases, and again, we have covered it on past live shows with Robert's series, Robert Talks UFO series. So again, check it out. You know, and they do reenactments of him driving along. And then they talk about this other case, which Robert brought up about the guy's body on a coal heap. With some strange goo on him, gooey goo, which they didn't know what it was, but they reckon he might have been abducted and they killed him, maybe by mistake probably, and dropped him out the UFO, ended up on a coal pole. So maybe UFOs accidentally kill rather than kill on purpose. But then again, it's like alien cattle mutilations, right? But when you look into those, what was it? Chris O'Brien, if you saw the interview with Martin, he said he looked into 300 cases and only 5 were mysterious. The other ones could be explained by animal. And the lack of blood was, they did have blood on them, but it had turned into jelly or something on the side, under the skin, blah blah blah. But he said 5 had really strange stuff happen to him, with cuts that was done with surgical equipment, one being laser, and another one looked like it had been dropped from great height. But he reckons it's from a height of a ute, not a helicopter, and stuff like that. But his conclusion was something had got into the environment and the government was secretly monitoring livestock in random places just to make sure it's not got into the food chain, which makes a lot of sense to me. If they're doing secret black ops experiments and one of them was nuclear power and it crashed, and then got inside groundwater somehow, that they had to monitor it, right, secretly, or omit the Black Ops program and they're flying around nuclear engines around. Which is basically what I said about the Calvine one. Why would they keep it still what do you call it? Classified. Maybe because they're doing something they shouldn't have been doing without people's permission. Gibber, yes, I'll catch up with the side comments. I've got a few more images here to go through. What do we got? What do you think of the cattle mutilations? Right, I just basically said that, doesn't I? I think I sort of agree with Chris O'Brien. I've seen various shows out there. One of them was Expedition X, which oddly enough come with the same conclusion that Chris O'Brien did. And they went out there and discovered military locations where cattle mutilations happened with the helicopter pads. And they did see one of these helicopters on thermal, which was quite an interesting episode because I didn't expect them to catch or anything. And they found that these locations there was higher than normal background radiation, and they had some other eyewitnesses on that, and farmers talking about these military helicopters, which were silent, which we know they are silent. They've been working on that technology of making silent helicopters, I suppose with multiple blades, and that sort of counteracts the noise. They have been working on anti-noise, right? Also with speakers and things. So if you do the inverse sine wave of the propagation of the wave, compression wave through the air, if you can counteract it and nullify it down, it would be like a whisper sound. So I think cattle mutilations, I think these Black Ops helicopters, military, they had some sort of big accident, I think. And maybe, as we know, UK is one location where they've seen these triangles, which may be powered by nuclear engines. Also in America. So there was another show too that sort of backed up the claim. So Expedition X, there was another UFO documentary series that also went out to investigate, and they found exactly the same information, that it seemed to link back to underground nuclear radiation. So something happened, and clean-up operations that sort of happened. But yeah. So I'm not sure what Linda Moulton Howe was researching, but it seems that these other people have gone out there, boots on the ground, and also found some key witnesses and leakers, which sort of corroborate that story. And one of them was actually Doty. Now, Doty is a mix of truth and lies, but I think he was telling the truth on this one, saying that it was some secret experiment that went wrong, and they knew it was going to take a few years for the radiation to be at safe levels. Anyway, Tommy, how's it going? You still around? It only says 2 people watching, is it? Or is it 3? 2 people. So that's Tommy, Gabba, and Susan, which makes 3. So yeah, these stats are so crazy on my system. Antimatter, don't think so. If you look at CERN, they're spending years just collecting just a little handful of this antimatter, right? It costs so much money to produce antimatter. But I think what antimatter is actually normal matter that's sort of got interfered with. So when they do the experiments, they crash, is it neutrons, or is it protons they use? I can't remember now. Could be protons. No, it have to be neutrons, wouldn't it? Anyway, they fire a beam of particles and an atom and smash it apart, right? And then they have all these sensors around that monitor how these things are moving through a gas as well as hitting the sensors. And they see that these particles are spinning in the opposite direction but have the same energy level as an electron, so they call that one a proton or whatever. A muon, or all these different names they come up with. But yeah, they basically say if they've got an atom that's sort of got the opposite spin and different opposite charge, that it's antimatter. But if you think about it, it's a bit like 2 marbles. If you threw 2 marbles at each other, instead of one marble being one big one, make it into multiple marbles, really small ones, and throw out a big marble. And you'd see that when it hits the particles of the other marble, that's going to spin in different directions, right? But a lot of the cases it's going to spin. It'll be spinning clockwise, and then suddenly you hit this thing, and then suddenly it stops it, and then it spins the other way. So that's what I think antimatter is. I think just the experiment itself is creating it, right? But it doesn't mean it's not useful. If you can create opposite particles, then you can then collide them together, cause a reaction. But I think most of the research might be better looking at fusion reactors, which is a different process, right? And they're getting there. I think they're not too far away. But it requires like a big facility with magnetic fields to trap the particles in, but same as the CERN thing does, and cause fire a laser. I think they've used laser beams to fire at a combination of hydrogen, no, not hydrogen, is it? Oh, it could be hydrogen atoms, helium is formed, and it gives off lots of energy. So we'll see how that develops over there. We should actually do a research thing on that at some stage. Anyway, it talks about alien Godfrey, and they show up his drawings of the so-called UFO, which I assume has a row of windows here. I suppose it kind of does look like a normal UFO though, doesn't it, rather than a sphere. But this one was obviously more oval shape, where it's sort of round at the top and round at the bottom. Or it has a landing pad, which is less round at the bottom. It lands flat on that, maybe. What's it say here? Anti-clockwise rotation, which is kind of interesting. When you talk about magnetic fields, it makes sense that it would go anti-clockwise rather than clockwise. because that would create a repellent. Most things would go clockwise, I believe. Anyway, that's another research thing. And here's Alan Goffrey giving his eyewitness accounts later in life. And then they have this show on. He looks a really bitter, angry man, doesn't he? Compare it to Goffrey, that had also abduction. He looks more genuine in the eyes and the way he was talking to me. And he was also looking at the interviewer. Although he's got his head sloped there. This guy here. Oh man, he just scares me just looking at him. Yes, I don't know why people believe this guy. I was always doubting his whole story, this guy. Because it didn't add up. UFOs firing a beam that shoots it backwards. Nah. The only time I've heard other stories is a beam shoots down and lifts people up. And it doesn't drop them. Even that one, what's his name? Tom Reed? Not Tom. Is it Tom Reed? That one where his family saw a UFO, but also he got lifted up into one, and then he woke up inside this big room with other people, and they couldn't move, and they were being examined and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, his story never made any sense to me. Was a bit suspect. And there he is, emanating that it was high above. And we're back to the first one again. So yeah, that's all the snaps I managed to get off on that new UFO documentary from UK. It's well worth having a watch of it though, and I think it's pretty balanced. And they don't say they agree that it's a UFO sighting, they'll say not enough information, which is what they should do, I guess. They did say they believed a lot of the eyewitnesses though. I must admit they were really credible. But they may believe what they saw was alien when it was actually something else. It's possible as well. So that's the reviews out the way with. We better look at other stuff. So I'll just catch up on the side. What have we got here? Sad episode. Very true. If a being picks up people, why would that not drop them off? Apparently he was dropped off near a petrol station, wasn't he? Or gas station, they call it. Americans call it. Didn't you have to walk 5k's to it though? Is that near? I can't remember all the full details now, because really I just don't want to waste my brain on that particular case, because I never ever believed it anyway, because it didn't match up with other people's accounts. Not even the movie. The movie was so stupid. Fire in the Sky. But yeah, their body language to me spoke lots, and them doing so many conventions a year living of it ever since, right? He does like 25 conventions every year. COVID would have probably impacted him a bit. But he set up his own conferences, Travis Walton. But you don't see that with Alan Goffrey. He's always kept to the same story as well. But he's been more credible because he hasn't tried to make money from it. And that's the difference, I think. And being a cop makes it more credible as well. I think cops are more likely not to lie, although there are some bad cops. But I think UK cops are a wee bit different, especially back in those days, when I remember cops were more helpful and didn't carry weapons around on them like they do nowadays. So I think they were more believable back then. Anyway, that's why I didn't really like that Sakura one, because there was a cop involved, but he wasn't abducted. It would have made sense. Oh, let's grab that guy and wipe his memory, right? So he doesn't go and tell everybody what he saw. So that's why I think that one there is a man-made one that he saw, and not aliens like Alan Goffrey's case. This you got to look at things at common sense level, really. And Hynek, they never mentioned Hynek, always said the burn marks of the Sakura one didn't match the size of the object. It wouldn't have lifted up the object according to the burn marks. So people don't mention that. But because I didn't find any paperwork of military or NASA doing stuff, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist still. Like I said, if you ever watch my debunk on that one, I found blueprints that sort of match the lengths of the landing pads and of something NASA was working on with Howard Hughes. And Howard Hughes had a really strange helicopter, only 72 were ever made in the world. And NASA also got one as well, but not sure if they had one at that time. But definitely Howard Hughes had one at that time. That they used twin rotors, so it didn't have a normal tail fin. So it actually looked like just like the front of a helicopter. From a distance, with jet engines, I don't think you would hear rotor blades from 300 feet away. So I still think it's what he saw was them cutting one of these NASA test equipment around to test it out in the abandoned mine site. But anyway, Robert Farmer is the one that didn't agree with that. But so be it. I still think it's what was being done. Apparently, the NASA stuff on that wasn't classified at the time, according to Oberg, but I'm not sure if that's really true or not. Maybe he showed up on my comments on various NASA debunks I did, and he made some comments about certain people and whatnot, and upset Robert, and he was fighting him on the chats. But yeah, I think Oberg's debunks were mostly about rockets anyway, and he had all that sort of right, I think, because he had access to all the other information and the times of the test flights and all that sort of business. Alright, so we got Nocturnal News. Let's just go through some of his stuff. We got GUFON talking about third phase of the moon stuff. And we got UFOman, who's promoting this heavy rock band for a new intro. And I found it quite boring. Theme song exclusive. I don't know if I can play a 5-second clip of it. But here's meant to be the finished product. So you can see where it's going to go. It's very Ozzy Osbourne-y. Not as good as Ozzy though. Yeah, I'm not sure how loud it is. Yeah, it's nice, the sort of stuff I like. I like synthesizer. And the graphics is probably okay though. But I don't see how that's gonna attract people myself to his channel. But there's not really much happening, is it? It reminds me of third phase video. How they did the music video. Yeah. Then he interviews him on this show, which was completely boring. And here they're dressed up in stupid suits. Yeah. So yeah. Basically, that's all it was. Them talking. So this one, yeah, you didn't get many views on that one. 37.4k subscribers, and you only can get 700 views on it. See, this people are just not interested in that sort of stuff, right? Just doing interviews. But I suppose it's better than what he used to do, which is put up every UFO video under the sun and call it a UFO with zero analysis or really bad analysis. But yeah, it's just like interviewing other UFO channels or UFO researchers or whatever out there. Doesn't really interest me. What these guys do. Alright. Cool bell. So I'd skim that and say, yeah, I'll just quickly have a quick look and say, nah. Not interested in really hearing all that repeated over and over again from various people. And ufology and Travis. And Coco, whatever his name is, the string theory guy that everybody seems to love and I hate. I think he's an idiot. Especially some of the stuff he's come out with UFOs lately, claiming that they're legit and all that without no hard evidence again. From watching videos from various people and the government. Where we still question it, don't we? We've always questioned the Tic Tac ones because it's not been solid enough. We only got eyewitness accounts, but it still doesn't rule out hypersonics being tested by our own people, because not everybody's ever come out clean on it. If it's still top secret, it's going to be top secret even to the Navy. But as we saw, they were experimenting with hypersonic planes and bombers and nuke bombers and also missiles that go Mach 5 even back in 1957. So, and they're shaped like UFOs, which is really strange. But yeah, he's trying to re-baggage. The problem I have with UFOman, not currently, but how he started this channel and how he would block me and not let me post what the video was actually about on his video. In the comments, he would simply block me or delete my comment, which is a case of someone being dishonest, because it shouldn't matter what people say under your video, because people are still going to believe it either way, right? And of course the biggest problem I have is he built up his channel from using Tyler deleted videos of Dr. Norton was the main one he had up, I think it was. Dr. Norton, and he also, I'm not sure if he had the Area 51 dude as well. And he knew that was debunked because he was showing up on my channel side chat. Because I'd have open lines, and he wouldn't bring it up. You know, I would be talking about it, and he knew full well that he still had it on his channel, collecting views and subs from it. That's what I call a hypocrite. And when I exposed him, he threatened me, saying he was going to try and get my channel taken down on YouTube. And he got everybody to attack me that was his mates as well. So I don't like that guy, and I won't change my opinion of him. But yeah, GUFON looks at some stuff and nocturnal news, but we need to look at third phase first and then go over these ones, I suppose, because I think they copied it. So what's this one? Nocturnal news. Remember, this is the guy that's cousins with Tyler Klopner. Mysterious entity teleporting through a beam of light out of Mexico. So is that clickbait or what, people? Not strange object in the sky with a beam, or something like that. Mysterious entity. Okay, we'll just play this and break it down, and we'll see what I think about it. Just catch up the side chat first. What we got here? We know how much you guys love Tyler and GUFON. Third phase music video was horrible and out of sync, and instruments totally B grade. Yeah, bad drums as well. Bad. Weak drums, as they call it, for especially with a guitar type band. Tyler, you love Tyler. Come on, miss it. It's all recycled. Yes, that's what it is, and I'll be going over it. GBT TV, you in USA. He's Australian. Have you not seen his interview? You need to go and watch Chat with Paul number 50 if you've not seen it. It was a late night show. There wasn't many USA people around, so you'd have to watch it offline. Off air, I mean. I think there was a few people from New Zealand, UK, and Australia that popped along to listen. Whereabouts in USA? I'm not gonna tell you, Philly. She's in Philly. Nice. Okay, what have we got going on here? Anything useful to add? Is that John? John's finally shown up. We talked about you at the beginning. That you're the cat man of a trailer park. I don't know if you're still around, John. But, yeah. He had a heart attack recently, I remember, as well. And he survived. He didn't go towards the light. He come back. He said it was all black, wasn't it? If he's still around. He said it was nothing. Silence. Just blackness. Well, maybe he went to hell. Or maybe he was in limbo. Maybe you go into like a what they call green room on live show chats. They call it a green room, where you go into a holding area before they lay you on the on live, because they want to check you out first. Make sure you got no echo or running around in the nude and that sort of stuff. I thought there might be a few more people around by now, though. Like I said, it's an easygoing live show today. Just reviews and some UFO stuff. And Steve Cambion from Truth Seeker wants to interview me. Yeah, that's because I sent him my episode. That's why. Yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. So, yeah. I thought he'd probably want to interview you. Especially when I told him that you've got a hard drive with potential smoking gun evidence of these Egyptian aliens. But yeah, well worth checking out our interview, guys. But he probably didn't like our interview. We did actually do some searches, real-time research on it. See if we could actually pin Egyptians with these strange hats. I think it was Mayans. The closest thing we got was Mayans. They had these similar type hats, if I remember right. And I think Gabba TV did show some images and some pictures that he drew. So yeah, this is the first time that someone actually shared their screen on by the way, I managed to get rid of that stupid name tag over the top of your face. So if you want to come on and chat sometime again, hopefully that's solved now. Unless they change it again on me, meantime. I just missed Paul. Sorry, I'm being chat hog. Yeah, that's alright. It's sometimes good to chat, like this. Changes the direction that I might go in a wee bit, and it may go back on course. A lot of people may not like this type of show, but that's okay. Because, sometimes I'm prepared a bit better and can dive straight into UFO videos. Or like my alien experience stuff. But even that, I semi-prepped for it. And of course it was natural, coming out of my head, unscripted. So I was trying to think of everything that's happened and sort of piece it together into a coherent storyline without missing anything. But I think I probably missed out a wee bit of stuff I've said in previous episodes, but that would be boring if I keep repeating the same stuff, though. Maybe you want new stuff that sort of backs up the case, which is what I tried to do. But anyway, let's have a look at what this guy's got to say about this mysterious beam.
Eternal news. Now look, just a couple
I'm just gonna adjust the
quick
volume.
updates for you guys today. Number one, every video on Nocturnal News, every single video we're going to be moving over to Rumble. And the reason for that is it's mainly because I'm tired of being censored. I'm tired of the thought police, here on YouTube. You guys don't see what happens over here. If I post a video and, if in the title the word moon or Apollo 11 is in the title, boom, you get flagged, you get censored, you get...
I think he's flagged because the same reason I debunk him, right? Anyone in YouTube now that works in admin watches my show, where I'm actually exposing this as fake news, that this guy pops out, you'd expect them to demonetize that video. But I don't think none of his videos have disappeared off YouTube. And Rumble, even though it says it gives you money, I think I've made about 3 cents on it in 2 years I've been on it. So it's not the same as YouTube at all. Although I get lots of subs there, I don't get lots of them watching. I still only get 3 to 20 views an episode there, so it's really dead for UFO stuff. Well, UFO truth stuff. Maybe if you were Tyler and putting up garbage, or him, he'd probably do pretty good on it, because this guy's like a copycat Tyler, where he's making up stuff as he goes, pretty much. But anyway, we'll just keep on going. What's that? Do you ever watch Fade to Black live shows? No. I tried to when they had Tyler on, and it was just unbearable. And in fact, I tried to join the side chat, but it would get censored. So yeah, there's no point in trying to expose and get through to Jimmy that he's promoting frauds, because it's all about money. They're not interested. Same as George Knapp wasn't interested. He hates debunkers for starters, and now he's showing his cards that he works with Corbell of all people. And Corbell made a right hack job of his skinwalker, as far as I'm concerned. He would have been better doing it himself. Should pop in. Why should I pop in? What's so interesting about Fade to Black? The guy's a fraud promoter. And it'll probably make my blood boil, make me more angry. I hope we catch each other there. Right. On the side chat, you mean? It's probably on when I'm sleeping or something anyway. But anyway, we better get back to this, Susan.
Throttled, you get the Wikipedia, right? It's a badge of honor, honestly. But
so he gets the Wikipedia under his episodes. So has he got it on this one? Don't think so. Anyway, just carry on.
We can't talk about aliens. We can't talk about the real nitty gritty of the UFO.
Well, I don't think I've got any under my videos. So far, there was some with from abduction cases that showed up on, but there were more well-known abduction cases. But maybe they've eased back on that now because of the Navy stuff. So maybe they're not thinking it's all BS after all. But anyway.
UFO phenomenon and the alien topic. So basically I'm going to transfer everything from YouTube over to Rumble. Okay, and we're still going to be on YouTube, but look, here's the thing, guys. This is why.
So I'm probably one of the first one that's been uploading to these alternative media from day one. I've been uploading to Rumble, brand new tube, which is still down, as you can see. So I've just got some stats of the biggest ones that sort of stayed around and producing the most subs. I'm also on Library, LBRY, which hasn't been renamed to Odyssey, but it's only got like 82 subs on it, so yeah, not sure why, but it's meant to be like similar to BitChute, which as you can see is still growing pretty well, and it's up to almost 1600 subs there now, and half the time it's almost made 300,000 views there, and YouTube's only just over 200,000 views in double the time. So, and it's going to catch up and overtake YouTube before long, unless they unsuppress me there. And eventually YouTube will be like a backup channel, probably, and redundant. I'll probably start do live shows on BitChute when it rolls out. Rumble's now got live streaming, which is another option now. So even if YouTube decides to cripple me, we now got options out there which we didn't have before the censorship started going down. So Dr. J, do your damnedest. We don't care. We can get around it.
I haven't really made any videos, or I make very few, because they, like I said, they get throttled, they get censored, I get flagged, I get a slap on the wrist from mommy, daddy, YouTube, big daddy YouTube, and I'm tired of it, so that's number one. Number two, we're going to start covering, different topics here on Nocturnal News, anything mysterious, anything maybe history related, space related, the unknown, right? The unknown. That's one.
So basically he's going to copy me. Because that's how I started my channel. That's why I called it the Out There channel. So it's not just UFO related, although it's sort of headed that way. But it doesn't. But it's also paranormal, isn't it? That I've sort of been covering as well. And some scientific theories. So I still have a bit of mix there. And but a lot of stuff I cover, GUFON is like 2 years behind, right? Or 3 years behind. What's the latest one he was talking about? Maybe that's what I got the video link for. It was talking about one of the things that he never heard before, which I thought was ridiculous, because everybody should have known about it. Is it on this one? Well, we'll get to him.
It's one of my favorite topics here on YouTube, is the unknown.
No, if you're 18 years in the field and been on podcasts and stuff, and you're actively watching the UFO trends and UFO cases, then you would know as much as I do in 6 years. So yeah.
Known. I love the UFO topic. I've devoted years and years and years of my life covering it, but I'd like to kind of branch out into some new things. So you guys tell me below what you think about that, and what topics you'd like us to cover. Number 3, okay, we just wrapped up a documentary, very excited about it. I can't say anything.
Yeah, Susan, talking about Bigfoot, I have covered that. I think Bigfoot is real, but I think the Patterson one is really suspect as well, and still fits a suit despite the experts saying they couldn't do it back then. I just call it bullshit. And of course the height of the person that come forward matches what that suit height was. using LiDAR, new information. Now, all these people said, oh no, that's bigger than the guy, blah blah blah. But when you see him walking down the street on one of the old videos, I thought it was identical to the Bigfoot suit idea of walking through a forest. Why would they do it? Well, wasn't he a filmmaker, that guy? There was money, obviously, motive in it. The guy said he was offered $1,000 to act it, so, but never got paid, so that's why he come out and exposed them, which makes perfect sense. If you're going to hire actors and not pay them, and hope they do an NDA and not expose the lies, you're going to have to pay them. Or threaten the lives of their family, like Men in Black do.
Anything about it, but it'll be coming out very soon. When it does, you'll be the first to know about it. You know,
Oh, yeah, get on to the UFO stuff,
alien,
mate. Okay, let's just get on.
That'd be great, because, you know, we can act. So, anyway, a video today from Mexico. Here we go.
Yeah, Mexico, red alert, red alert. That's a red alert straight away.
Okay, so
this is meant to be a beam coming down, right, from a UFO.
this video out of Mexico caught on a webcam at a personal residence. Now, let me play the original video first.
Okay, guys, we've been through this before. What is it? Okay, so it's obviously a storm cloud. Maybe it's lightning up at the top here. Maybe it's because it's during the day. But what causes straight lines in video camera? What artifact? Is Gabba TV still with us? Or is he gone? It's hard to tell by these stats. Gabba TV, do you know? You haven't been watching me for years and years, though. How about Susan? What causes a straight line effect in a camera? Now, the first thing I should tell you is portrait, so that changes the artifact direction. So, anyone out there? Let's see. Gabba TV. So what causes a straight line bright stripe down a video? Even a photograph can do it as well, if you're lucky enough to capture it. Anyone? You see a face in the clouds? Susan, stop looking for faces. Okay, so that's a Roland shutter effect. As you know, CMOS is the common thing that we have in cameras now, especially security. And CMOS suffers from Roland shutter processing speed. So when it's portrait, what direction does Roland shutter go? It goes downwards from top to bottom, right? And left to right, generally when it's landscape. So when you get a flash of light, the Roland shutter's coming down here like a flatbed scanner. So if you get a lightning strike, can form a brightout of where it's scanning. But in this case, going downwards would expect it to be the wrong direction, but it might be one of these phones that doesn't have that standard top to bottom scan rate. It might still be going the opposite direction. I don't think there's any standard to it, so we can't go by which orientation it is. So let's see if we can pin it. You can see it's really fast. Almost looks like raindrops. Might have to slow it down. So let's see if we can have a look at it. It's obviously a camera effect where lightning happens, and it makes it brighter as it's scanning that particular region on the video. And if it's not being held, that should be better to be able to capture it. So let's see. Can we capture it still? There we go. So you can see it's a straight line. Straight line going down where a lightning strike flash has happened. Which could have lit up the whole cloud at that point there, but as it was scanning for that microsecond, we get the brightness of the clouds behind. And that funny artifact in the middle here looks like part of the cloud that's got illuminated, right? See, that looks like a bit of a cloud. So that dark pattern behind here is obviously cloud, but we can't see any details because there's not enough light. But if the cloud lights up, so to me it looks like, even though this is portrait, it still looks like it's scanning left to right here. This one's scanning left to right. So you can see the width of the scan area as it goes across that image, and within a split second. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So let's see, 10, 20. So it looks like about 40 scan lines in a splits of a second. So how many seconds would it be? Probably 40 scan lines in half a second, maybe. So this is a problem with long exposure and slow cameras. So it's got more time to capture something moving, right, in low light. They're not ideal at all. But anyway, we'll have a see what he says. So we managed to capture it by slowing it down. That's good. So we can see that it looks like a straight line, which they're claiming is a laser from a UFO hidden in the clouds, which is not true. You can see it's a storm cell. Oh, I got it muted.
To the ground. Now, it's not a bolt of lightning. Lightning branches out.
No, it's not a bolt of lightning, but it's a rolling shutter effect caused by the lightning causing a brightness change as it's processing the photocells.
We all know this. We've known this since we were kids. It's not a spotlight coming up, to the clouds like at a, restaurant or a club or something like that. This is something coming from space. Now, is it?
So that's wrong disinformation right there. This is someone that needs to watch my shows and learn about camera artifacts.
A space-based weapon? I don't know. But in the middle, look, I get a little choked up. My God, this part freaked me the hell out right here. You see this beam,
Which is obviously part of a cloud in that scan line, right?
What do we call it? Entity inside of this beam. Okay, there's something there. Look, we're all energy-based. Humans, plants, animals, planets, stars, everything comes in.
So you can see why maybe YouTube would be a bit upset making claims like this, and why you'd have to go to Rumble. But Rumble, I think, is going to end up being like another YouTube. I think they're trying to get a partner on board, big money involved on their channel for Rumble. I think it's going to go downhill pretty fast at Rumble rather than get better. There'll be a lot more censorship coming on Rumble before long. So maybe that's why my videos don't do too well there and only get a handful of views, right? So I'd be interested to see how well he does. He'll be back on YouTube. Guarantee it. He'll be better off on BitChute. BitChute seems to be totally natural. The views are crazy and the subs are constantly growing, even though debunking is a turn off for most people, but someone has to do it. And you'd probably rather have someone like me do it rather than Mick West do it, who has a completely negative view against the whole topic, and that we're all being fooled is not true. He just needs some experiences himself, and that would change his whole world view, right? Like I said to him, he should go and join one of these ghost hunter teams, like even Ghost Adventures. I'm sure they'd love Mick West, a skeptic, to go and try and debunk what they're doing, and Mick West can say, yeah, behind the scenes, there's a lot of dodgy stuff, you know, but he'll probably have to sign a contract NDA, and he won't be able to say much. He needs to join a credible UFO team that's not so Hollywoody. Now, that you'd be allowed to speak out still after the show aired. But there are some locations that are really haunted, apparently. I reckon maybe the group from... what is that thing called? Something Files, not the Dead Files. What's the other one? Keep forgetting the name of it. It's got that guy from Coast to Coast on it. I forget his name as well. Terrible. I kind of like that show though. They got fairly good captures with some of the stuff and EVPs, as well as do some really good research on the area and the place, and find things out that other researchers missed. So I kind of like it. What's the name of the show? Anyway, it's definitely worth watching it anyway. And they got that psychic on there, medium. You know, I'm a bit skeptical. Most of them are frauds, but I think there are a few ones that have some capabilities, which I can't explain unless they're cheating. It's on the cutting floor or whatever, and that was this girl. Can't remember what her name is either. But she likes to draw with pen and paper what she's seeing, which is kind of interesting, and she comes out with things that they've researched in the area. So I think it's still the class every medium as a fraud is wrong. Obviously 99.5% of them are going to be frauds to make money from it, and cold read and all that, but some of these pull out names and things which they later research and find out buried deep in a library file or old newspaper clipping matches up the information, that sort of stuff, or they've got it previously and they come out with the names and stuff. That one's less credible because someone could have leaked the information to them. But anyway, he's calling this an entity in the being being beamed up from the city to the UFO. What an utter nonsense, right?
And is derived from energy. So, you know, is this some type of glitch in the Matrix? I don't know. I put a filter on it right here. It looks like, you know, I don't know, something on like Star Trek, like, you know,
so he's making claims and then he says he doesn't know, right? And then he's laughing, saying it looks like Star Trek.
Me up, Scotty, whatever, like this alien, this being, this entity coming through the beam, going up to the heavens, to the cosmos, we don't know, okay? But it is real. Now, typically when I see these videos, you know, I can say, no, that's a natural phenomenon, or that's a light, or that's this, or that's, you know, XYZ, whatever. But in this case, I have no idea what we're looking at. And you can see right there, it goes from the clouds, I guess, cloud level, to the ground. You see that white dot on the left and another white dot on the right, and then this thing, I don't know how to describe it, in the middle. I mean, it's crazy. And also, the video, I mean, it's boom. Like, we're talking, I think it's in my editing software, it was like 0.5 seconds. So, it was just very quick. It's not a...
See, what I was saying about half a second? 40 scan lines every half a second. So there you go. You've just verified it. Anyway, we're just finished with that one. Just garbage, I think. I don't think anyone's outed him on it with rolling shutter and lightning. Isn't that being in the light being most likely the poor human that's being abducted? See, he's got them going already. Bro, that looks almost identical to what I've been recording. What, lightning storms and rolling shutter. That totally looks like a person in the beam. Oh god, it looks like a cloud segment. So excited to see the documentary. Oh right, he's been claiming he's been working on a secret documentary. Would he be outing me in it? There's nothing to out on me, actually. Thanks for the update. Blah blah blah. Wish you the best. I'm interested in serious paranormal. Well, you're on the wrong channel then, mate. You're best to watch my videos. At least mine are actually self-recorded. Would have to be enormous entity. Bingo! And an enormous UFO too. That is freaky. Egyptian god. No, I don't think so. I think Gabba Beast TV would know that's not what he saw. How do we get to the Rumble bro? I don't even know about Rumble. Man, he's amazing. What the hell? I just got a flag for Contrail misinformation. Should be total misinformation, mate. Well, I didn't know YouTube give out flags. I haven't had anything negative from YouTube like that for ages, but they do limit my people finding my information in searches. As you know, you can't find me if you do a Google search. Beam me up, Scotty. When you try to take a picture in lightning, here we go. Here we go. This guy got it. That being will appear. That's all it is. Nothing more. Yay! Someone may have watched me. It's 100% camera anomaly. The camera cannot focus, and that's what it does. Oh well, he's half right, but the last bit about what it is wrong. Elon Musk on re-entry. Oh, that is funny. I have to admit that is funny comment. I'm reserving my comments to any astrophysicist. Well, I'm not an astrophysicist, but I'm pretty much able to research and use science to give a better answer. 6 replies, 5 replies. If you go to Twitter, they are full of self-proclaimed experts. Not if they've got evidence to back up their expertise, I guess. This is what I try and do. And I always correct if I'm wrong as well, which these guys, a lot of the experts that we hear on TV never do. Well, thank you. I'm glad you stuck around. So, we got one person saying it's lightning. There we go. Fallen angel. There you go, Susan. I think I read a comment in the side chat during that. You saying it was a fallen angel, was it? Light being, that's what Dr. Greer would say, wouldn't it? Light being, angel. But we've exposed that too, haven't we? So let's go back one. I think he's put up something else since I've looked. I'll just have a look here. Right, this one with the NASA plane. So yeah, we'll just do some research on that one. Live research and see what we can find out. It's quite interesting. Tyler, what we got, Tyler? Tyler, you'd think he would use more of nocturnal news stuff, right? Because he's not putting out much. In fact, he may have put something out while we've been on live, I suppose. Love, yeah, Paul. Well, you know me. I tell it from a gut view, right? No messing around. Typical Kiwi. We're heartbreakers. Tyler is a clown. Tyler Turd was just here, I think. Probably. Did I miss something on the side while I was looking at that? Okay. Tyler from security recycled 5-year-olds stolen videos. That's what he's doing at the moment, isn't it? Well, he didn't actually steal them though. There's a thing called fair use. I think he's pretty much safe, else he would have been gone a long time ago. He's got the money now to have a lawyer to defend that, but he hasn't sort of tried to take out and silence me with a lawyer. So that means it's more evidence that I'm correct and he would lose in court, right? Anyway, let's have a look at his next video and see if we can suss this one out. Don't think I've seen it all yet. I've just seen the thumbnail. It looks like a strange plane. Spy plane, I don't think so. Because spy planes normally have almost no wings, right? They normally have these long, thin ones that are very hard to see, not big, wide ones. It makes them a big radar target then, doesn't it? They want little small wings that won't bounce off too much information. So straight away, just looking at that thumb, I say bullshit. Spy plane, no. Let's see. Let's just have a quick Google spy planes. I don't know how long I'm going to go on for today. I just started early, didn't I? It's probably already 3 hours, isn't it? And we have been talking a bit interaction with the side. Spy planes. Let's have a look. And they're not going to have big wings, I don't think so, unless it's something new I don't know about. So they have these little skinny wings normally, and really slim profiles, so if the radar reflects off it, it's going to look like a camera artifact. Stealth bombers with their special coating. Also looking like triangle UFOs. Another one with a long wingspan. Is that the same one as this one? Let's see. That gives it enough lift, but makes it really radar transparent, doesn't it? I think that one's a bit squashed. So Chinese have a spy plane, U2 spy plane, but that one looks like it's got really big wings, but it looks like it's got a special coating. In fact, that looks almost like the one he's just filmed flying over NASA. Actually, let's just have a look. That one there, Chinese. Where is his? Yeah, I forgot to turn that. Opens up a new tab thing. It's got the same narrow engines each side. Standard V-shaped tail. Really wide wings. Let's have a look. The tail looks like it's a V shape as well, doesn't it? It looks very much like a Chinese plane. Let's see what else is there. Spy plane That's got 4 engines. Doesn't match, does it? But they're calling that a spy plane. For what reason, though? I don't think it's American. Looks like it might be to do with Middle East, because let's have a look. Russia says UK asked permission for spy plane overfly. Yeah, we just want to test to see if it comes up on your radar. So it doesn't match that one, but that one does have wide wings. So that means even that's got some radar absorption material on it in that case. So it sort of matches the Chinese one better, doesn't it? Keep on going. Another one here. That looks more like a AWAC spy plane, which to me isn't going to be radar invisible. It's got a little radar under there, and this one's got it over top. So they call these spy planes as well then. So it's possible a spy plane in that case. Yeah, it looks like this one here. Fly spy plane, edge of space. And you notice they're using these big wings, right? So is that NASA's one? Okay, let's just have a look. Maybe we found the information on it. This is why we do searches. What does it takes to fly spy plane U2 to the edge of space? BBC Future. And that looks like the one, doesn't it? I think we found it. U2 Dragon, it's called Dragon Lady. I think we have found it just by the image itself. No plane has made more history. But from underneath, that one doesn't look quite the same. But maybe they got some variations. That one looks a lot different than the other one. This one's different. Dalton USAF U2 spy plane. See that one? Less is out of proportions. Doesn't match these other ones. That's kind of weird. These wings are definitely wider. Could be variations. YouTube prototype 1, 2, 3. See that one looks like it's got wider wings. Bit confusing. Okay, let's just have a look at that BBC. It's probably a video, is it? Copyright. There we go. Got something loading. Yeah, can't use that. Unfortunately. Let's have a look at this one here. No plane has made more history than U2, and it's never fired a shot. What was the one with the really skinny wings then? Because I thought that was called U2. Maybe they got variations of it. Although the engines here are not long enough. The wing shape's right. Let's go back to it again. So the engines definitely look like it goes right to the other end. That one was what I was after. Yeah, definitely long tubular engines here, right? Anyway, let's have a look what he's going to say. I think we're confirming it's a YouTube. But is it Chinese or is it US? Dragon Lady to provide Washington. What's that? Leon, the Dragon Lady to provide Washington. Keep a detailed eye on what's happening on the ground. from high up in the sky. With the conclusion of the Cold War, the U2Rs and TR-1s were converted to a new model. Oh, there you go. Designated the U2S, 31 of which remain in service today. U2 spy planes are still flying across the world 60 years after. Okay. High altitude gliders. So there's a lot of stuff out there, right? How could spy planes avoid Soviet MiG fighters? Good question. I think one got shot down, wasn't it? And the pilot survived, wasn't it? Didn't he eject? And they kept him prisoner. And later, didn't they trade him for another prisoner? Something like that. I can't remember. Dragon ladies over Russia, Cuba, and China. Oh, there we go. So it's American. Okay. So that makes it sense that it could be going back to military base over NASA. So let's have a look. Wow, for a spy plane, it's certainly bloody noisy. I don't know if spy planes are that noisy, though. So... it's not really good for spying if that's 1,000 feet and you can hear it from there. Looks like about 1,000 feet. Sounds like the plane's flying over my house. So, why would it be flying over NASA, Houston? And we might have to do some research on that. So let's just skim it on. So, has he brought up YouTube? Is that the YouTube? U2? He's found a blueprint of something here. Okay. Oh. Certainly making a lot of jets, fumes out the back here. Yeah, I didn't realise spy planes would be that damn noisy. Is this Lockheed Martin U2 spy plane? Okay, so he did change the title, didn't he? I don't think it was called that when I looked, but anyway, it doesn't matter. At least he's been accurate in the title, so that's a good thing. Instead of using these clickbait titles that other UFO channels have been using. But the question is, why would it be flying over NASA? So that's the whole question, I think. So we confirmed that the same as him before we even looked at that video. You can see I did some research and we narrowed it down pretty quick, didn't we? Hey? You saw how I did that, and I haven't watched that video before, so let's see. Planes and NASA. Let's just type that in. So it could be something working with NASA. So let's find out. Okay, we've got something popping up here. NASA planes. Look at these strange ones. Looks like a triangle. Look at that stupid long nose on it. So NASA are obviously looking at hypersonic jets and maybe supersonic jets And noise, right? Because the very skinny nose prevents a sonic boom happening. Looks again like Thunderbirds. I've talked about that before. What planes do NASA use? That's probably a whole big list. Boeing. 60 more rows. Oh god. Okay. Let's have a look. Quite a lot. Airbus. Lockheed. There we go. C-130. But I can't see U2 on there. I got some ones with pictures. Aerospace Lines Super Gubby transport plane. What's that one? Plane with flexible wings. Another one. It looks like the Wright brothers. Pathfinder. Another one with flexible wings and solar panels. Another one that looks like a really strange one. Fixed wing UAV of all things. Also called Dragon. Dragon Eye sounds like a spy plane, so maybe they have been doing some research for military. What else we got? Regular planes, helicopters. What the hell's that one? That looks like a drone. Bow Lunar Landing Research Vehicle. Okay, let's have a look. Alright. Yes, it does look like what they landed on the moon. So these are some of the strange planes from the past. Don't see YouTube mentioned though. X40. X48, that looks like a triangle. X45A. X53, I haven't seen that one before. Looks like a normal fighter jet though, doesn't it? VZ2, what the hell's that? Some sort of vertical takeoff twin rotor helicopter, is it? What's that say? Tilt rotor. Ah, right, so it rotates around and flies like a plane but takes off like a helicopter. Okay. Regular planes, jets. So they're not keeping too much secret here, are they? VZ4, vertical takeoff plane, again. Skylancer. Douglas. Here's this one here. Douglas X3 Stiletto. Research planes. There we go. So they're obviously doing some experiments with planes. Here's another one with a skinny wing. Looks like a glider that has a pop-up motor on the back there. That one looks like a drone bomber. Atomics, say. Research environment. There you go. So it must be working with military. MQ9 Raptor. Predator B. Well, we've seen that one before. Research platform. Fixed wing research again. Lots of research coming up. Another one that looks like a triangle. F-16XL. Another one with strange wings. Research. Yeah, it's quite a lot they got, hasn't it? So it looks like they've been involved with planes for a long time. Another vertical liftoff one. And it's still going. Starfighter. Yeah, why Starfighter? Does it go into space? That's another good question. Why'd they call it Starfighter? It looks like a normal jet, doesn't it? A military jet. But I reckon it's got a rocket engine on it or something. What year was that one? That's kind of interesting though. Does it have a year number? 63 to 1995. Well after Wasrow. I should have a drink. My mouth's dry as. Fixed wing again. Ah, look. Trainer. SR-71, which is probably classed as a spy plane as well. Trainer, the coordinate. Why no photographs of those ones? Lockheed, there you go. Solved it. Why would it be over NASA? They got one. Research platform. There you go. That's why it's flying around. Paul has solved the mystery yet again. Just some research. Armstrong Flight Research Center. So whereabouts that is? Is it near NASA? We need to find out. Let's see. See how you do it. Nocturnal News. When you come here, do include everything you can find on it, and then put it together in the episode. Even if it's not about UFOs, but still. We want a map, don't we? Map. Let's see where it is. And then he's got a picture of a spy plane. Okay. Bell X1E. Definitely looks like an airport. And what's all that there, guys? Hey? Looks like something they would have on the ground for spy planes to take a picture of. See how accurate they are. Here we go. Oh, it's pretty big, isn't it? US Air Force Base right next door. Edwards. And right next to a salt lake, which is ideal for landing space shuttles and secret planes. So whereabouts is that? Edwards. That's out in Arizona, isn't it? Am I wrong? I don't know. California. Yeah. Is that Arizona there? Los Angeles? Where's Arizona? How can I see it? Kingman. Which has been some UFO proof. Remember he said he was on a documentary called Kingman UFO crashes. Well, you can see why. It's near experimental research facility, for Christ's sake. And they do look like triangle craft. That's Arizona though, isn't it? Where's the labels? California, Las Vegas, Death Valley. So it's probably just slightly above Arizona, is it? Yeah, looks like it's Death Valley National Park. Okay. Oh, here's Arizona. We're slightly off course. So, NASA. Is there a NASA location here? Well, let's see. If it was from Florida, let's zoom out. Florida, way over here. It's a fair distance to fly overhead. So it makes me think either they've got a NASA building over this way, or it's long range for sure, being a spy plane. Let's put NASA locations. I don't know. Let's see what comes up. Okay, so there is various close locations to Las Vegas here. 1, 2, Research Center. Here we go. And it's just underneath that other location, wasn't it? Death Valley, Salt Lake City. I wonder if we can put that both up on the map. That would give us a clue. Oh, you're seeing the other screen. Just go over here to Edwards. Was it going to come up with anything? Armstrong Research Center. Perhaps I've got right. Edwards Air Force Base. Okay, let's see what happens. It may work, it may not. Well, that's the location there, but it hasn't drawn a line. Damn it. But they were close by here in Los Angeles, weren't they? Let's get that going. It's not going to give us to. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, it was there, wasn't it? Isn't that in the same location? Let's have a look. Is that where Edwards is? Yeah, it is. There you go. NASA Armstrong Flight Center. Yeah, it was in the same location. That's right. I brought it up before, but they got other buildings down here. One over. Where was it? There was more than that. Up the top there. New Mexico. And where's the Florida one? Shouldn't there be one down here? 2 there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's. Yeah, it looks like it's. Is that part of Florida? Mississippi? Texas. No, it can't be. Alabama, different locations, isn't it? What's this region here, though? What's that there? Ah, there we go. Is that the launch pads there? I don't know. What's it called? Space Command or something? Space Center. Is that looking like launch pads there? It looks like it, doesn't it? So that maybe that's where it is, next to Florida. I don't know. I thought it was closer in Florida. Is there one in Florida? So much I got to learn about America locations. Will help. NASA, Florida. Let's see. Definitely got Florida mentioned. Kennedy, that's what they call it. They don't call it NASA. That's where I'm going wrong, I guess. But then again, when I search for NASA, it should have been included, shouldn't it? Okay, let's go there and let's have a look. All us people that don't live in the United States. We can now see where it is. Looks like it's at Florida. There you go. How come that one didn't come up in the last search? That doesn't make any sense to me. So there's NASA here, there's NASA here. That looked like also rocket launch systems. New Mexico and California. And in Death Valley. So I think it's all south there. Okay. Let's go back. Let's just go down. So then we know they've got experimental planes. And they have got a U2. And that's a telescope plane. Christchurch, New Zealand. Shame I didn't manage to get that on camera. That would have been good. And NASA makes final flight over Christchurch. Herald. Damn, what year was that? That was this year too. It's when my camera was packed away. But looks like 7th of August. Damn it. Okay, might have flown overhead and I didn't even know it. NASA leads push for electric planes. Alright, so this is part of their new research. And that's why we saw solar wings. X-59, quest to build a quieter supersonic plane. Yes, there we go. So the mystery is not such a mystery now. They're not keeping it super secretive. Experimental planes were designed by a sharpest mind in aviation. X-planes. NASA says hypersonic planes are inevitable, not edible, inevitable. Okay, latest photographs. There's that pointed noise one for hypersonic or supersonic craft. There you go. So they're trying to build a quiet plane, basically. So maybe they flew over NASA to record the sound level of that YouTube and see if they can improve on it. That's my guess, anyway, for that one. So yeah, that's one of his better videos and not clickbaity. So if Bunny could keep on doing that, I would be quite happy with his channel then. He hasn't made any allegations, I don't think, in it. And of course, that's something new, fresh, right? That's something new, fresh. Could explain some UFO sightings. So yeah. So we can now close that down. But that first one was terrible with the light beam. That was terrible. This one wasn't too bad. So he's not as bad as Tyler at this stage, but we keep an eye on it. Okay, what happened with GUFON? Let me just refresh my mind on this one.
It doesn't. It looks like a boat. I don't know, man. You know, NASA.
Okay, so this is him debunking third phase or trying to promote them. So we need to go to third phase now and have a look. Oh, what happened to my other screen? Is it still working? Yeah, it certainly is. These guys still around. We've got 3 watching, it reckons. Gabba TV, he normally doesn't last right to the end. Yeah. Jasper, how's it going? I was wondering if you're ever going to show up. How long have I been going for, actually? Let me just have a look. What's it say there? Coming up to 3 hours. Yeah. And I could feel my bladder filling up. So see how long we can last. What we got here? Reverse image. It's like how you reverse image Tyler's stolen fake UFO fantasy. Yeah, I could have overlaid it, but it's pretty obvious it was a YouTube, so he wasn't lying, so that was pretty good. Now we still got that 69 thing happening, have we? Dear. Just report it, and they go away. Tyler does not need clickbait. He has CGI UFOs. Yeah. I think he does use clickbait though, doesn't he? Titles. Not as bad as some of these guys though. And let's see, has he put up anything recently? I don't think he has, hasn't he? Let me just have a look. So you can see last time I debunked him, and that was kind of a tricky one because we had to look back in time where it's less likely to find information that may not be on the web. But we managed to find some really good locations and examples of similar scan errors. But yeah, what did he say on that one? Mind-blowing alien base. Now, Gabba TV thinks that's not clickbait. Yeah, no, I'm not agreeing there, Gabba. I hope this doesn't happen on Earth. That's kind of clickbaity. This dark web. That sounds like a clickbait title there. Clickbait footage of alien. It's definitely clickbait. NASA tried to hide this. How many times have we heard that? When there's actually photographs from NASA. So obviously they didn't do a really good job of hiding it if it's public photographs. I can't believe what I recorded. So that was him filming with his new Sonics camera. Again, more stuff from NASA and Soho. This could trigger global power outages. It's fear-mongering. It could do though, but it hasn't happened yet. NASA will never admit to this. That's definitely clickbait. And that's typical of third phase as well, using that. And GUFON and all the other ones. What did he know? Chilling case. Which was garbage. We had a look at that one. It didn't seem to be very much a mystery there once you dug into it. Undeniable video of secret UFO. Which I can't remember that one now. It's going back a wee while now. 3 months ago. What did I debunk that one as? A Kite, was it? Was that the one with the laser pen? Yeah. Let me just have a look. Oh, well, you know, it just goes on and on. So nothing new from Tyler. But third phase, on the other hand, since we last looked, they got also clickbait. So let's have a look. NASA can't explain these. Straight up. Have you seen this? Shocking UFO footage. That's certainly clickbaity. Massive UFO sighting in Santa Monica, California. Hundreds. So we're looking at flares again, or skydivers over a football stadium. Okay, so we have to go through those ones and probably wrap up on those ones, I guess. Alright, so what are we saying on the side now? I got your message still up, unfortunately. I forgot about that. Hey Jasper, Tyler does not need clickbait. Was that one, was it? Nope. 69 thing, yeah, it's really annoying. Other channels, I don't remember getting that sort of garbage. Why are they targeting me? A small channel that has no significance is what they keep telling you guys. So why are you here? The three hardcore people here watching, listening, because they know they're going to get some answers. So let's have a look at this one first. And you know it's going to be recycled because Gabba TV is pretty accurate on that. Final Frontier. Oh, lovely. Just keep on going. Okay. Oh no. Let me just mute it. Space 1999. No, Space 2001 sounded like. Oh! Hey, a plane in front of the sun, creating a camera artifact with a contrail as it dissipates. It's not actually part of the sun material from behind it. So the recycling stuff, you're right, Gabba TV. Tyler and Third Phase are recyclers. Ah, look, that one. And is that the one on GUFON? Yeah, that's the one on GUFON. Not sure if I debunked that one before though. Can't remember. I do so much, guys. Soho, yes, we got some meteorites being sucked into the sun. Cloud formations. I'm not sure what we're looking at there. Kind of looks like a strip light being reflected off a window. CGI, wasn't that one? I think someone said it was CGI, but could easily be a balloon passing in front of the moon. ISS and flight of birds. That's what it looked like. NASA has some explaining to do. Here we go. Have we got rid of the sound yet? There we go. We got the creepy music. Oh, it's putting a shiver down my spine.
Captured
Hey.
at 2:26 a.m. International Space Station
Jasper.
time, a live feed captured some kind of anomalous craft hiding behind the ISS, and it disappears in the full sunlight spectrum. What the heck are we looking at?
Full sunlight spectrum. That's a funny. Why not just say full sunlight?
This video was submitted to us by Anomalies The Real.
Okay. See how wishy-washy this is? Kind of suggests there's some reflection of some glass panels, doesn't it? Straight away, and we're seeing looks like almost like an echo smudge of a shadow on another layer of glass here, doesn't it? And we got some lines. Oh, what's that mean? I reckon that's showing layers of glass, and that might be the edge of the glass where it's creating a straight line effect, right?
Dill. He's got a YouTube
Could be lens flare.
channel, and he keeps a close eye.
I'm just trying to see. Oh, what happened there? See, it almost looks like it's time lapsed as well.
And we're happy that he's sharing this video. Right.
Looks like it's time lapsed, and we're seeing where it's going dark and light as it's orbiting Earth. So it could be over multiple days, even at multiple hours.
Now on Third Phase of Moon, we're looking at this once again, as you can see.
Oh, it's at really 3 o'clock. And we have to go through this
Whatever
a bit
this
quicker.
craft is, basically dematerializes.
See how it fades as well? If that was a solid craft, it wouldn't be fading. You still be able to see a solid outline.
Or
So this tells me this is a reflection of a chunk of International Space Station onto a window. Okay. And of course, we heard GUFON saying he don't know what it is. But you can see here, even at the best reflection, it still looks like something that's been reflected by bright sunlight onto the window. Normally it's a robot, part of the robot arm or solar panels. So what do you think on that one, guys? What did you say when you saw that? Would you have broken it down the same as I? Look for all the red flags.
Takes off, but once again, in
Definitely time-lapsed there.
clarity, full.
And you can see here how it's cropped as well as another red flag. Now, you've seen NASA stuff. It normally has a logo, and they normally have a flight path. At the moment, we don't know what the flight path is, or whereabouts, if it's sunny or not. But you can see there is a lot of sunlight coming from this direction, which is going to bounce off something over here, which is going to bounce light back at the window going this way. Blah, blah, blah.
Clarity, we see this craft of unknown.
See, straight away, that's deception and misinformation, calling it a craft. It's just absolutely nonsense, and this is why these guys are frauds as well as hoaxes. Two different things, but two dishonest things.
Origin make an appearance, and that's the solar ray right there.
Solar array, yeah, makes good reflection material.
Coming in from the ISS.
You know, what they're trying to say, that is a regular UFO or two triangles next door to each other or something. So they haven't actually said anything
From below,
yet.
but once again, we got a good close-up. I'm going to take a photo of the still video.
That's another thing, is a lot of these people that send in these videos record on another TV monitor, you know, LCD screen or whatever. So it could even be that they're reflecting something off their TV screen that they're recording. But I don't think it is this case. I can't see a reflection of the person in the
Image
screen.
and see if I
can't see if there's a person there standing. Looks pretty constant. Bright light coming from the right here onto the window on an angle. So if we saw the rest of the image, we might be able to rotate and map over part of the space station where it's reflecting off.
could enhance it, bring some sharpness and brightness and contrast. This is amazing.
So you can see how big the International Space Station is on this. I'm not sure if it's an emanation or a SpaceX approaching it. It's a bit hard to tell sometimes.
And what's going on around the inner.
But they got a lot of bits out here which are triangle shaped.
National Space Station, right?
In fact, I think there might even be a triangle shaped antenna. Triangle shaped antenna. I think I've seen it before. Just not. Well, I should put space station. Let's have a look. I don't know if I got it all typed in right. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. Images. Okay. Got solar. We got parabolic dishes with triangle bits in the middle. What's this one? Same thing, I think. Triangle bit in the middle of dishes that you get on satellites. I'm sure they'd have some on the space station. Here we go. What that looks like an early build of the space station, where it's only got half the solar cells. Probably can't see it in that one. have to narrow it down then. Just go space station. Okay, have you got any close-ups? You can see there's a lot of bits on these things and robot arms. Yeah, space station. Not that one. That breaks it down into components. There's a lot to it, isn't there? Anyway, can't spend too long on it. But you can see how they clipped space the bits of the Russians to the Americans and gradually built it up into what it is today. And that's what that Leonard, what was his name? Had a homemade telescope in his backyard, and he was capturing the space station and distorted views as it's being built over the years, claiming it was deep space UFOs and motherships. What was his name? Wilson. And you can see the size of the space shuttle to that. You can see they keep adding to it. Here we go. So they got these little things that stick out, right? But like that there. It looks very much like what we're seeing. Let's see, antenna. Let's try antenna. Okay, we're back to the early stages of where they're starting to clip it together again. Robot arm. So they got all these little things on wire posts that would be very reflective. Antennas galore on that for testing all sorts of different things. Even that there, you can see it's got a lot of stuff sticking off. Lots of antennas. I believe that's what we're looking at anyway. Some type of antenna with triangle bits on it. Spend a bit more time on that, researching it. You're probably about to pin it exactly.
Before the end of the year, and I believe this is probably the best evidence. Look at this. Once again, it's slightly rotating.
Yeah.
I take another still photograph as we're looking at this once again. That's the solar array panel from the International Space Station on the bottom left hand as it's rotating up. This,
which is reflecting lots of light back at the camera and space station and bouncing off other parts of the station to the window, which is 4 panels deep.
video lasted for 9 minutes, so I sped it up to give a little bit of bigger picture, in my opinion, of this event in a little.
Yeah, I think we're done with that one. It's just useless. So let's have a look at GUFON says on this one, just for a bit of laugh. Here, wasn't it?
Is unreal with they have the best UFO evidence on the planet, I believe.
GUFON, you shill. Promoting third phase. This guy is just so funny. I think people watch him because he's funny and so wrong.
More love! You are so sweet. Thank you, Dorothy. You didn't have to do that. But
yeah, he's got his groupie girls giving him $2 donations.
Thank you very much. A mucho gusto, generoso, continuing supporter and good friend.
So what does he keep saying that? Because he's got to advertise to his Mexican fans? I don't know. Why can't he just stick to English?
The show. Dorothy Hawkins, everybody! Thanks, Dorothy. Alright, I haven't done it, but for everybody. Yeah!
See, this is why I can't stand this guy for too long. You know, you shouldn't have to do hoo-ha for every $2 donation like that. That's just crazy. Okay, this is
Triangular here. It looks like an arrow, right? With a little ledge here or something. And then there's something that spawns off the side. It's bizarre. It looks like a boat. I don't know, man. You know, NASA is unreal with they have the best UFO evidence on the planet, I believe. And we just don't know it. What
NASA, I thought you were saying third face. NASA has the best UFO evidence. So far, I don't think I can say any of their videos I've seen ever have real UFOs in them. The best evidence I've probably got, and MUFON. They got it sort of locked down though.
What you're about to see is one of my favorite videos of all time. I love this video.
Closer.
He likes the Soha artifacts ones, you know, where it creates a circular image through ejection, right? That's to do with electric fields, as you know. This is why the circle shape and globe shape is really Mother Nature-y, because it follows the simplest path of least resistance, and also the strongest is the globe shape, the strongest. So anyway, just carry on.
I bring up the image up on the left corner.
This has never
of the
been
sun,
solved.
Something comes into frame.
See how ridiculous that is? It's never been solved, guys. You know, it's all to do with electromagnetics and making a circular pattern in the flare.
Enhancing this,
Never been solved.
Getting a very close look at it. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, guys? It is massive. We have a huge black sphere.
DB Cooper made it.
By the solar
Gary
rays
Henninger's
of
here.
the sun itself.
What's up,
There's these groupies.
guys?
Larger
Gyro?
than Jupiter. Probably larger than all the planets combined. This is massive in size, and I'm just wondering, is NASA going to come
is
forward
this
and
the
give
video?
us any answers? This
Oh, it's not the radio you thought about.
image was just taken.
I like the one video where it sucks something out of the earth, like it put a needle into the earth.
So they're putting some filters in. You can see there the round shape, and that's what. It's not really perfectly round either, but you can see there that's how you can push ionized material apart using magnetics, right? Which is the theory about gravitational lensing, that it passes through an ionized cloud of gas, which they're not seeing on their telescope, that's bending the light, and it's not actually to do with space-time, which makes perfect sense to me. Anyway.
And sucked something out, and then it retracts. That's what I thought that
Stunning
was.
evidence, guys, and I want to get
Still,
your
what
comments
is
in
this?
the description.
I'm not sure if we can look that one up, but we're not going to. We're probably be able to find it with a simple search.
So then the next thing is, well, the unavoidable. It's something going into the sun, and this guy captured it.
So he thinks planes pass in front of the sun captured by an amateur that doesn't use flight radar software. I don't know, these people. These people are just terrible.
And thought it was so unique. Here we go. Enjoy.
Down just a bit, you can see this plasmic
You can see it's not even a perfect circle, so it's been mucked around with too.
UFO. Enter
Plasmic?
the sun and whip out on the other
That's a
side.
new word.
It's very bizarre because this doesn't look like any kind of conventional
And we've
aircraft,
debunked this one over and
nothing in
over
our
again. So this has been recycled at least 5 times, like Gabba TV had said.
Is this something interstellar, something close to the sun, something
No,
massive in size?
it's
And
a
notice
plane.
how the
That's a plane that has a contrail but doesn't get illuminated until it gets really close to the sun.
tail gets bigger and brighter as it
Yeah, because it's a contra that gets illuminated.
gets closer to the sun.
Planet Earth itself.
See?
See, yeah, we can see the plane contra.
Look at the tail on that. It's like,
See, that didn't eject when it hit the sun. That's the clue there, that it's not actually going into the sun, right? We'd expect to see it go into the sun and then splash outwards. That didn't happen. We saw the tail got bigger and bigger as it got near the sun because it got illuminated.
on fire. They're meteors.
No, because it didn't splash out. See, this guy hasn't got a clue. Let's skim on a bit.
In its wake. What the heck is this?
Here we go.
Entering
Okay, this one's two planes. So
the massive star.
this one here you can see is more of a round shape, but it looks still a wee bit out of aspect, doesn't
Our
it?
sun and exiting out on the other side, leaving some kind
What?
of plasmic trail.
Yeah, again, you didn't see him splash going in, so it's got to be something in front of.
In its wake.
Come on.
See, as soon as it hit there should have been whoosh, energy going
What
that
What the
way.
heck is this? Are there UFO?
Yeah, that looks like two maybe military jets this way, flying in formation.
Harnessing the
Prove
energy
that
from
to
the
me
sun.
that's not going
This
in the
evidence,
suns.
comes in every once in a while of this
Common sense proves it's not going into the sun, because if it was, it would be creating a disturbance.
kind of phenomenon, and we're looking at it once again. But I'm
And again, that's planes with some exhaust fumes or contrails or what do you want to call it.
liking this because we have this time not one object, but two objects in unison entering and exiting.
So we got also some video artifacts here as well. You got to remember how these people film these things aimed at the sun without blowing up their sensors on their cameras. They got to use filters, like a Weldon mask.
Exiting the sun.
Anyway, just goes on about that. So we've already got that coming up. What's this one? He goes on about Twitter and green, a black vault being attacked, is it?
The artificial intelligence app named DALL-E, and thanks to TikTok user Robot Overlords, we now have an idea what the computer thinks when asked to create the last selfie.
Okay, so we've been through AR art. If you didn't see the episode, go and check it out, because we did actually create some ourselves, which is quite interesting. I think Gabba, were you for that one, Gabba? You would have quite enjoyed that one. If you didn't, I can't remember who was with us that night. I think Blue Chicken, which we haven't seen today, I don't think. Has Blue Chicken popped in? Haven't played his little emanation for a while. Anyway, that's GUFON for you. And he's back to... what's he up to today? Let's just have a look. Normally drama stuff, isn't it? And promoting third phase. What do we got today? Pilot paced by 5 UFOs. Retired F-18 pilot witnessed 5 UFOs pacing them. So is that something new that's come out that we don't know about yet? Maybe come out while we've been on live overnight. Why GUFON wrong about ufology? Well, we just played a clip and we're just proving him wrong on everything he had to say on those clips. UFO sightings are supposed to be rare. That's because they are. That's because 99% of them are misidentified. Because of people like you that's not training people. You are desperate to salvage reputation. So there's drama attacking. Who is Richard Butt? Well, he's a bit of a butt, so maybe they're talking about that Richard. UFO crash retrievals. Again, that would be some sort of newspaper article, will it be, that he's talking about Skinwalker Ranch is a contagion. Maybe because he's on lots of talking head shows and ufology at the moment. Disclosure is the new UFO office in Pentagon. Speak like Sylvester Stallone. Okay, that's when he was asking Lou to outdoor fight. Schoolyard mentality. The guy is the epitome of today's ufology. Not sure what he means there, but he's talking about Lou again. I've always, me and Robert always said what he's got to say is interesting, and what he's promising, which never come to light. Remember, he said he had smoking gun UFO footage that never ever come to light unless he's talking about Corbell's crap, which is all debunked. Lou's been a bit of a letdown as far as I'm concerned. We always said beware of Lou, because he comes from the government, and we don't want to keep getting burnt by disinformation artists. So it's better from skywatchers out there if they can catch something, because they're the ones that could bust it open if they can afford the camera gear, of course, and that's half the problem. So GUFON done. Waste of time for his opinion on anything. Done. Kind of makes me sort of sick that Dave Scott is back friends with him after all the things he said about Dave Scott as well. How could Dave Scott forgive him for saying that he was lying about all his experiences, ghosts, Bigfoot, and talking to aliens, and still be friends? I don't know. Doesn't make any sense to me. So let's skim on this one. So we've seen that one. Let's just skim. Right, we've just seen that one too. Which is this bullshit. This Mother Nature, natural. And we just done that one, which is again repeated so many times now. So they got nothing new, right? A big UFO channel. They get so many emails for UFO videos that they haven't got the time to work through them to bring them to you. They've got to keep recycling and taking lies about it all the time. So that's it. We've done that one through GUFON. Okay, on to the next one. Have you seen this shocking UFO footage? Let's see how shocking it is. Is it recycled? Okay.
Welcome back.
Okay, we got some Indian music on.
Back to Third Phase of Moon. Blake Cousins here. We got a special report for you. We're doing it live.
Oh God, he's so honest looking. Yes, we got to see this UFO report. Okay, let's see.
Live right here on the big island of Hawaii.
Look, he's lying. Look, his whole body language is just total lies. Look, he's got a smirk on his eyes, closed his eyes. He's got a funny look on his face.
Man,
his micro expressions expose this guy from the start to end.
This past week has been incredible.
Come on, Blake. Admit it's all bullshit and you've been conning people for the last 10 years. Come on. And tell GUFON you conned him really good. You got him on your payroll even. Come on, Blake. Come on. Spill the beans. Go on a lie detector test. Can we do a lie detector test? Can we crowdfund a lie detector test for Blake Cousins, people? How would you love that? Wouldn't you love that? And do a live show. Do it on a live show. That would be lots of millions of people watching.
With some of the UFO drama that's been going on Twitter. Wow, that group has been eating themselves alive. I guess it's who you make friends with in this field. You got a lot
Yeah,
of
who's your friends, Blake? Is it Dr. Greer? GUFON? Who else do we have to keep adding to the list? There's a lot of shields. Travis Walton been on this show? I think he has.
people that have united around a certain person, and it seems that that person is
look at the laugh that he's got going. Yeah, they're centered around you as well, mate.
on them in a way that's unprecedented. There's been some leaked verbiage between Lou Elizondo and another podcast.
I'm pretty sure if me and Blake got together, we'd just be laughing our heads off, I tell you. And you can see why people like him, because he has a cheeky expression, doesn't he?
The Felon 5. Wow, this is a...
The Felon 5, I love it. Who's the Felon 5? Greer, third phase, B1, B2, that's 3. GUFON, 4. 5, Dark Hour Paranormal. Is that the Felon 5? Oh, right, UFO Proof. It have to be thrown in that as well.
Getting quite exciting, actually. There's people that are supposedly involved with this leaked document that works for the DOD, according to the source of these certain conversations between Lou Elizondo. This is interesting how so much.
That's one thing I'll never be on his show is Lou. Okay, let's move on. This is hilarious. I'm doing body and language analysis on these guys. Oh, we got some flashes of big yellow coming up. Who's that? Who's doing that? Who we got? Let's zoom in that way. UFO bro, I haven't seen you around for a while. Thank you very much for your small donation. Remember Telefon? Did you have Telefon in Australia? New Zealand Telefon was really lots of fun. We used to stay up all night or crazy hours watching it, and they used to have all these guests from overseas, from Hollywood and stuff, doing crazy stunts and acts just for $10 and $5. So, and they used to have a really good theme song. Thank you very much for your kind donation. Yeah, thanks, UFO Pro. I'll put that towards the channel costs, of course. But yeah, we're saving up for a new laptop now. But I got lots of cool stuff to show you. I had a radiation detector and it arrived broken, so I got a replacement coming. So we're gonna be looking at some of the gadgets out there that you can use for investigating coming up. But I had to buy them, of course. I've also got ghost detectors and EMF meters and thermometers and laser distances and all that sort of stuff. So I'll preview that as soon as I got all the bits and pieces, or replacements that work, hopefully, and have better demonstrate it to you. It's amazing how much radiation you get from your laptop and what distance it radiates to. So we'll go over that in coming live shows. So less debunking, more practical stuff, of course. Been busy, mate. That's why I haven't been around. Okay, I thought maybe I upset people with my straight Kiwi opinions, but you know, that's why you always have to be honest. And if you're not honest, eventually you repeat yourself and make a mistake, and people catch you out. But anyway, thank you very much. That will go towards the equipment fund. I need to cover at least 200-300 US a year to keep the channel running, though. But a lot of it's coming out of my pocket. As you know, I'm thousands in debt on the channel, and I do it for the love of it, really, and exposing these turkeys. The 2Ds.
Getting really crazy. I don't know what the drama is, why we're dealing with this, but people over there.
He knows what the drama is. Okay, let's just carry on. Is there anything in this video other than talking bullshit so far? Okay, here we go.
Let me try and press play and bring this up. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, these are
I'm trying to bring
recycled,
you
aren't
this
they?
evidence, but as you can see, as we're going live here, I'm pressing.
5 a.m. Yeah, I'll be won't be long on this much longer because I've got to go to toilet, of course. I'm done. Yeah, 3 hours is a long time, I admit, but you know, is because of my health condition as well. There's no guarantee when my next episode will be. So you have to do it when I'm in better health. And even though I laugh and I don't yell out in pain, doesn't mean that I'm not actually still a bit under the weather here. So, but normally the middle of the week I get a bit better. Because start of the week I take the horrible medications and then it wears off. And then the weekend I'm normally a wee bit back to normal. And then repeats again. So again, straight away, this looks like it could be balloons. I don't think there's much left to debunk on these ones. Looks like a bunch of balloons, different lengths, and maybe different shapes tied together there. Of course, they're going to say it's a jetpack, right? We probably, GUFON probably on another video has probably already talked about that one being a jetpack. But anyway, we'll just carry on.
Pressing play, and we're just at this pause. So this is a very strange at the moment. Like I said, did I say something that I shouldn't have? Did I press the wrong?
Yeah, see, he's wondering, did I slip up and expose myself? Anyway. So we didn't get to see much of that one. So what's the next one? So it's funny how they're doing live shows now, because
everything's all coming in clear.
It's a lot easier doing live shows and presenting the material and talking about it than it is actually making up proper episodes that are 5 minutes long or whatever. That suits the low attention span people out there. So they won't like these ones where they sort of dribbles on.
There, Brent's all saying everything's good here.
Because I know they don't like my shows, and they're always complaining about it, they're too long. But I do put chapters in at the end once I get some time, so you can jump around.
Let me see if I just bring in these videos again and reload them. See if I have them.
See, they're slipping up, aren't they? So is there anything new in this? Oh, we're back to this one again. There we go.
Let's fall. What is that?
So it looks like it's drifting really slowly in the air current to me so far.
Let me get out the car.
Now, if that suddenly stopped and shot off vertically, then I would have to look into it deeper. Or if it turned around and went the opposite direction.
Car for a second?
And that's it. Repeat, is it?
Wait.
Okay, they stabilized it.
Babe, I'm freaking out, yo.
What is that?
So they got some crazy music
Let
with
me
it.
get out the car. I can't see, yo.
Yeah, so it's a real video. I'm not seeing any CGI there. But you always get suspicious when people are filming it around telephone wires and poles, right? And we also got sun flare in here.
Let me get out the car for a second.
So I don't think there's much time to waste on that one. We've looked at that one before, I'm pretty sure.
Vous avez une forme trop bizarre.
Okay, so they're probably saying this is the same thing, which is just another bunch of balloons, I guess. And it hasn't got the thing sticking out this time. In fact, that one could be a high altitude balloon going up. Let's just keep on watching that
Ça se
one.
tournait. Regarde, c'est en train de se tourner là. Ouais, il y a deux trucs sur les côtés trop bizarres, mon gars. C'est
Okay,
quoi ce truc?
again, it's not seem to be going up very much, so it kind of makes me think that's not a weather balloon, because they always keep going upwards.
Franchement, là, je descends mon...
So they should be going up on a slight angle all the time. This is more likely to be a bunch of balloons that have sort of got some weight on it, or dead balloons hanging, weighting it downwards, and it's sort of got buoyancy level happening.
Mon téléphone, ça ressemble... Je sur mon téléphone, ça ressemble clairement
In fact, that one looks like it's gradually, slowly coming down, if I'm not mistaken.
pas un parapente. C'est clairement pas un parapente, quoi. Ah, je t'assure, mon gars, que non.
But it could be perspective thing. It looks like it's coming down.
Non, tu vois, effectivement.
And it looks like it's going behind the mountain.
Here we go again. Look at this, guys. I want to get your opinions because this resembles exactly the same video, but these guys are shooting at this from two different locations, thousands of miles away from each other. But then again, we have this exact.
Yeah, so what's the chance the same bunch of balloons can drift all the way around the world before they crash into the sea or desert or whatever? You know what I mean? So it could be the same ones, but unlikely. A bunch of balloons looks like a bunch of balloons. Okay, so there looks more like a bunch of balloons. So that discounts a weather balloon, which I already said it wasn't going up on a vertical line. So let's just skim on that one. Anything new there, Blake? What was the title of this one again? Have you seen this? Yes, we've seen it many times. Shocking UFO that can't be explained. Well, unfortunately, you got Paul that's explaining it. So is this the one that's not meant to be explainable? Straight away, I'm looking at this one here. I haven't even played it yet. To me, it looks very much like a illumination flare drop. It looks like a lot of smoke around it. But let's see. Is it moving together?
Yeah, I haven't seen this video. This one's definitely a new video that I haven't seen.
Okay, is there something on the road? Because I remember a lot of these were faked with CGI. So
Guys, I want to get your opinions here.
some were faked with CGI and some were faked using drones with LEs.
I'm kind of thinking that this actually could be. Let's bring it from the beginning here.
Okay, is that crop duster one we already looked at a couple of weeks ago? Is it?
That what I'm thinking, what we're looking at here could be some kind of drone. If it's out there in the farm, and there is maybe something that's fertilizing.
So you're saying it's a drone that's got some spray equipment on it, which they do use now, the big, large ones.
Land there, and it's like the sweep duster that comes in. Now they're kind of operated by drones, and this is.
So he's actually being honest there, which is a bit of a shock, but I suppose that's how they keep the audience, right? Just now and again, just drop in something that you debunk that's actually correct. So we've done that one, so we ain't going to waste much time on this one. I think it could have been a small dust cropter plane rather than a drone, because we can't see the size and the light pattern on it. But it's possible it could be yeah. It's possible that it could be a drone. And we got a sub, have we? Hey.
The question is,
who is it? Shimmy B. That name seems to ring a bell from somewhere. Okay. Thank you for subbing. Hopefully you keep on watching. I think the rest of this we don't need to look at. I think we're done that one. So, yes. Have you seen this? We've seen it many times, okay? It's just another garbage thing done by them. Where's all the new footage that they're meant to be getting? Okay, the new one, which we haven't seen. Eva, the massive UFO sighting. How long ago was that one? 21 hours ago. So that was just before I went to bed, was it? I can't remember now. Anyway, it was terrible yesterday. I was on and off sleeping all day long. It was terrible. This
Brother is ingesting some videos that we're going to be going over tonight. Some incredible UFO videos, a massive.
So it's like the same script over and over again. Incredible UFO, new UFO sightings. Okay, let's see.
Sighting in Santa Monica, some apparent leaked DOD footage from the West Coast aboard a battleship, and some crazy stuff in the region of Mexico coming in from Jaime.
No, not Jaime. Or Jamie, or what people call him as well. Incredible footage of balloons, guys. Yeah, the Navy one might be a bit interesting. What's that one?
Malsan. So, as I say before in the past, as I say now, buckle up, because this is incredible stuff that we're going to be presenting to you tonight. So, while we're
where's the buckle up business all from? I don't understand this buckle up. It's not like we're in a car moving along. I watched this last night. Oh no, UFO bro, let's go over it together then. That's good. Yeah, thanks for the show. No problem, Jasper. As long as you guys keep watching, I probably will keep producing. That's what keeps me going.
We're doing this, I want to see your chats of what we're sharing to you, the public, and get your opinion.
See, he's always got that smirk on his face. Okay, let's just skim on. Is that the one?
Support here. Let's bring in this first one right now.
Y veo que hay una luz ahí muy extraña.
Okay, I don't think that's Navy, is it? That sounds like Jaime Mason stuff. Again, straight away, that to me looks like one of those LED kites that you can't see because they're black. With the patterns showing up on it with the ring shape. That's what it looks like. Let's keep on watching.
Se le miraban colores, ¿no? Parpadeaba más que nada. Agarré el teléfono, volví a salir y por
out of focus, right?
un momento pensé ya no va a estar y no, gracias a Dios ahí estaba.
And they need to take it off autofocus and use manual, which is a bit hard to do on smartphone, I must admit.
Todavía tomé el
Lucky my big security cam, you can hit the autofocus thing. You can just click on it and it will see if it can readjust. It seems to work pretty good actually.
el video ese y de ahí saqué la fotografía, pero corté para agarrar otra, irme a la calle.
Okay, so that's film portrait gang, so we've got lost quality already.
Y agarrar otro ángulo, pero ya cuando...
Okay, we got a close-up, which gang looks like LEDs to me. See, we can actually see some coloured LEDs there too, right? Looks like my disco light in the bedroom, right? We've got blue, we've got green, certainly got red. And we might be seeing the material off the kite that's been flying around. So this one looks like one of those kite balloons. I mean kite LED things. Let's see, LED. I know balloons do have LEDs as well, but I think we're dealing with a kite. LED kite. Let's see if we can find that particular one. And already we've got some possible, right? You can see that's a black kite, but you can't see the edges until you really zoom in on that one. So you can define this any patterns you want to. Aha! And that one there is also the same kite, but a different pattern. You see? And that almost looks three-dimensional, how it's done the lights. So if you turn off a lot of those lights, you can program it. Then you can make exactly the same image. See, we've got that bright bit on the top here. I think that was in the video. What do you think on that one, UFO Pro? He's sort of debunking some of the vids, is he? Okay. Let's see what he says then.
So now with some enhancement, as we're looking at this a little closer, we see definitely some portholes from beneath this object. Again, let's get a closer look at this video
okay,
here.
I won't say it was portholes. Okay, see that little bright bit at the top here and bottom? Even though it's out of focus, it does look very much like this one here. See that there, the bright bit up the top? It's got some bits at the bottom. Here's one. That's sort of out of focus. Whoop, too much. Flying at night time. And they're quite big as well. There's one with the LED towel. But I think that's what we're looking at, one of these ones. There we go, look. There's one without the actual bits out the side. It's got a bit underneath. So yeah, it depends how you program it. There's the bit at the top. So you need one that comes at the bottom here and get rid of those other ones, and you almost got this, or have it go up inside. Is it inside? Goes up inside, right? Okay. Yep, you thought it was LEDs as well. Yep. And Gabba TV looks like LEDs. Yep. So we're in agreement
Again,
so far.
we could hear it in the person's voice who shot it. We're going to try and translate it in another episode to get a translation of exactly what he said. But as we're looking at that a little closer in that still image, you could make out the undercarriage of it. And you see these portholes in it.
Oh, no.
This is kind of interesting stuff here. That's not no standard drone that I've seen. Is it something otherworldly? I'm not exactly sure. Could it be man-made? Oh yeah, it could be man-made, but is it some kind of new man-made propulsion or new type of drone out there? Some of the things that we think that are being seen by our pilots, or maybe just man-made craft.
No, I don't think it's a drone. If it's a drone, I would expect to see more angular movement. Now this looks like it's definitely on either a cable or it's RC controlled with some stabilization happening, but yeah, they don't have to use strings on these ones. But a triangle kite's often got like 2 or 3 strings connected to it. It makes it really stable in the wind.
Right here, look at this.
And this is India, right? So they had Kite festival not too long ago.
Coming in from Jaime Maussan out of Mexico. Guys,
Why is it Indian music then? Okay, they did have also some various festivals happen in Mexico as well that we looked into.
It's interesting. We're not seeing any kind of indication of any propulsion except these exhaust ports. If that's what they are, that's incredible stuff. As we just
Okay, I think Blair is this Boshin on this one. He knows the LED lights. I wonder what GUFON, or maybe it's on GUFON's show today. Maybe we should have a look, see, have a laugh. But anyway, we'll just carry on. What's the next one?
are these ancient photographs, artwork.
Okay, so UFOs over pyramids, is it? Or is it just simply, again, some sort of event, you know, like a festival? They have lots of festivals around these pyramids, so they could be flying kites as well.
Stating that this is kind of probably some.
Okay, let's have a look at this. Could be painted on even, couldn't it? Is that a banner plane maybe? Kind of looks a bit curvy there on one side. And that's a tent, is it? Tent? But that's definitely not a pyramid. That one, was that a tent or a pyramid? You see what I mean? Don't think they're pyramids. What are we looking at though? That looks like something in the background that could be a pyramid that's reflecting sunlight. Or it could be a mountain. Could be like the Himalayas or something. Again, these look like they might be like a kite or something, because the way it's bent there. And there's people walking around, they're looking downwards, they're not even looking up. I reckon it's some sort of festival, kites to talk to the gods, yeah, maybe, Buddha.
Some kind of massive hoax going on here. But
no, I don't think it's a
that
hoax.
being said, it is really interesting to look at the detail, what's going on. Guys, do you know this any source to these photographs, actually where they're coming from? Here's another photo.
Okay, so we get more ones and we might be able to debunk it. So what are we looking at? Okay, so that one definitely looks hoaxy now, doesn't it? Looks like it could be rendered art to me. It looks like it's been painted. So it looks like a photograph that's been modified with paint. See how the tones don't quite match this one here. So whereabouts is that structure there is the question. That even looks like a satellite dish on the side here. So what's real photograph and what is painted on? That reminds me of some of the artwork I've seen where they've done that with photographs, touched them up. Anyway, carry on.
Photograph, apparently artist rendition.
Yeah, we've seen enough of that one.
Is this one of them? Are these series
Oh,
of
here we go.
photographs actual leaked documents from the Vatican? I don't know about this source. Is it AI that has been asked the question, who built the pyramid?
So looks like something I'd probably do in art.
Pyramids.
What do you reckon that one, guys? On those old photographs? Alleged photographs. Brightness of the LED lights looks like LED. Okay, we've been through that one. Someone on his chat said to him that these black and white photos are illustrations. Yes, I agree with that. Black and white illustrations by an artist. Yep. Okay, I only just read that, by the way, while I was looking at that video. Yes, I agree totally. And I bet we can find the source of it if we want to. But it's the sort of thing that Scott Brando used to do, and he's not doing really much of anymore. Let's just quickly skim over Scott Brando's page and see if he's debunked that one. But lately he's just been targeting newspapers articles. He hasn't really been doing much third phase or secure team for that. So, and he's doing Tom DeLonge stuff as well, bollocks of it. Okay, so yeah, that's something that Tom DeLonge put out, which is actually from a movie. It's a prop, right? So it looks to me like that was August, in my birthday week, quite a few days ago, and it comes from Reddit. So he's looking at Reddit stuff. Whether a secure team puts it up next, we'll find out, I guess, because he gets a lot of his material from Reddit at the moment too, as well. Already exposed by Hawkseye. Okay, so apparently this has been doing the rounds as well on UFO channels. Apparently it's artwork as well, I think. These images are edited. Someone added this cloud Iridescence. Shit, I still haven't had a drink them. These tricky words. Iridescence. I give up. Sometimes I can say it, and sometimes I just get tongue twisted on it. So this has been added in, right? And I think GUFON had someone on a live panel that was some girl from south of Texas or somewhere like that, was claiming that she was seeing UFOs in it and all sorts, and it's all been painted in. It just had to do some research, and this has been out for a few days before that GUFON. So these people should be told to at least check out the debunkers, even if you don't like them, because they are correct sometimes. What's that popping up? And we got Nibiru with camera artifacts with double images. Reddit again. And that balloon at airplane height that's been debunked on several pilots with similar images of these type of 40-inch polygonal type balloons.
What you're seeing here is momentous. You think that's alien technology?
I guess not sure what show that's from. This Sunday. Don't miss the new Ross Cult Heart documentary, which will reveal conclusive proof of alien technology. So if that's the best he's got to offer, then he should be having a fraud channel. So is it this Sunday or Sunday gone? Might have missed it actually. That sounds like it might have been Sunday gone, is it? Yeah, have to be, wouldn't it? It's now September. We have to check out on that one and have a watch of it. It's terrible doco. So you seen it? It reveals nothing. Yeah, so I probably should do a review and take some snapshots from it, shouldn't I? It'd be all the stuff that I've probably debunked and shown the debunks from Scott and the like over the years and Reddit. So you've got to be careful playing that one because it's probably copyrighted. You know what Discovery Channel's like. Even playing a minute clip, if it's not on there, approved trailer, even trailers, if you play them too long, you get copyright on it. It's so stupid, copyright. Nope, that's an old fake video I debunked in 2020. Okay, do we risk playing that one? Alright, something passing behind. CGI. Nothing mysterious at Starlink. Yeah. So nothing on Blake Cousins or Tyler. Maybe he thinks I do a good enough job now he doesn't have to bother. But I do like a help, guys. I do like a help with some of the stuff. Here we go. A follower sent me this amazing video about a cloud iridescence. Okay, so it's probably fake. It's Chinese. It's probably been edited, right? So, yeah, maybe he's changed his opinion on that one now. But I guess it does happen. It's like a rainbow in the clouds, though, isn't it? But yeah, I'm not sure if that's a legit one. We did cover that one last time too, didn't we? I thought it was quite amazing. But you see, it's not so rainbowy though. Through the right crystals at the right angle, that one does kind of look like it could be real. This one here, I don't think so. This one kind of looks fake to me. I don't know. So it kind of looks like it's faked, edited to me. Unless I saw it on a video, might be a bit more like the top one. That one a bit suspect on. Yeah, I think look at that old stuff now. So yeah, nothing from Scott on this.
And what the Vatican, if they have even these, we want to get it out as fast as possible.
Okay, let's move on.
And all the tick.
Because I gotta go to the toilet.
Putting out. And, all right, so what we're hearing there definitely is not coming in during the.
So what's this one? Massive UFO sighting, Santa Monica, California. So is that this one with the flares? Is it?
While the video was shot.
Okay, it's all over the place.
It sounds like there's a.
It kind of looks like a flares drop to me. Different size blobs. Looks like there's some smoke trail on it.
Overdub with some voiceover from a person explaining what happened, and he told us the date of.
Okay, we can see how far away it is
the actual
now.
time he is is reporting on this. Guys, is this something man-made, or is this something
See, why can't that guy keep it still? Is he drunk or something?
unknown? Because even though we don't know the manufacturer of this
So even if you found a lamppost or something to lean against, you wouldn't be that wobbly.
drone, I gotta say, this looks like it's some kind of manufactured by man here.
Okay, so he's not going to bluff on this one.
Look at these lights. They represent a lot of drones that have
Still looks like illumination flares quite a fair distance
the exact
away.
same kind of light. So that's
I wouldn't say it was a kite this time.
to state that this is incredible footage and leak it
Is deception if you do.
and say it's coming in from the Navy. I bet you this is going to.
Okay, so it's coming from the Navy. So is it some sort of Coast Guard flares?
Be all over the news, and they're going to hype this up as the most incredible UFO footage that's just come out. But in my
so we want to see the original, not some Indian music over
opinion,
it.
this isn't looking too impressive to me.
Now it depends how long this video goes for, whether it's flares. As you know, 5 minutes is maximum normally. Could be some experiment of drones.
This is USS
Okay, is any of the lights gone out yet or dimmed? Looks like the sizes of them have changed.
at approximately 0335 Zulu on April 24, 2019, while conducting routine operation 17 nautical miles off the coast of Camp Pendleton in international waters. At least 6 unknown UASs made multiple flyovers and circle patterns around the ship.
Okay, so how can we prove that's flying around?
Operating at various altitudes between 300 and 1,000 feet. All appear to fly consistent patterns, northwest, east, south, without alteration of course, speed, and altitude. No weapons were observed.
So there's something flying close by here, or is that moving? But it can't be, because that would be going the other way, wouldn't it? Oh, hang on. No, it would be going from there backwards. It wouldn't be coming this way. Unless that's a star, and it's moving towards it.
Okay, so as we're looking at this once again, and I see that people might say that if you're involved with the military and you have this kind of weird drone that comes by, sure, you could call it unidentified, but I think they're going to try and spin this as something that they don't know what it is, that it could be otherworldly. They keep...
Makes you wonder if the Navy are putting out videos to create disinformation.
Going to the fact that this phenomenon could be something ET in nature. And don't get me wrong, there's most likely than not ET involvement in a lot of cases of UFOs, but it seems that the major media wants you to believe that this is something otherworldly. When you look at it right
Taking
there,
a drink is
it obviously
activated by
has the
fruit.
indication of drone light. So it's interesting on how they spin.
So we got
things.
no perspective. We got no ground reference point or anything. It makes it really hard.
Again, I got a feeling this is going to be in the major media, and I'm not sure.
Lights in the Sky doesn't do much for me, unfortunately.
I guess we got about 900 people joining us, and we're probably going to get this up a little bit.
So how long is the main video, and is it how much are they repeating it here is what we need to know. Oh no, we got 69 Amiga back again. We got any moderators left in the room? Let's see. I don't know, what's this for the sex sites now? Do they really think people are going to click on something and get infected? I just think it's stupid. Okay, I got rid of it anyway. I reported them. Just stupid. Dayton disrupt in industry. What? Is that what I'm reading? Who cares? Why has it not got rid of all of them though? It normally does. Can't waste too much time on that crap. But anyway, just carry on.
A bit more, because we've got some incredible video. Guys, let me drop the link in here. Brent's telling me let's invite some people. So I'm going to copy this. Guys, if you want to join in, give your thoughts on some of these videos, I'd sure like to meet some of you, the public. Let's paste it in. There it is. So, guys, I want to get your opinions. Do you think...
So, and that didn't look like 5 minutes, so we can't really see if any of the lights went out. That's just funny that there are different sizes there. Could be a formation of 4 drones. It could even be someone towing something behind one of their speedboats, right? California, was it? CA, yeah. See, that's the sort of thing I'd expect, you know, someone to be maybe flying some waterproof drones that they've put into the water for fishing and that sort of stuff. But it could be fishing balloons, right? They could be, that sort of like use helium as well as kite, and they tow it behind the boat with hooks hanging down, put some lights on it so they can see if they're bobbing up and down. But they're saying it's doing flyovers, so I need to see proof of that. So yeah, it could be anything, that one. Pretty crappy video if you ask me. And that's meant to be his massive smoking gun thing here, right? Hundreds of people in shock. So that's clickbait. He's just got some big payout here. $20, is it? Which they don't need, by the way. They're millionaires, remember?
It's happening all over the world. I mean...
So this money, the little money they're making, they're probably giving it to GUFON.
The Outback, Australia. I'm seeing UFO footage almost every night.
Is that Gabba TV on there?
Channel.
Outback. No, it can't be you. You're not in the Outback. Whereabouts are we looking at here? Don't know. Outback. What part of Outback are we talking about? So there are Australians that follow Blake Cousins, and
she's had a lifelong ET encounters, ET disclosure marked with timestamps. We the people are the true power. Wow, I appreciate that huge super chat, that $20 super chat. You know, it's interesting stuff that we have these fans coming in all the way from Australia. Appreciate that so much.
So he's laughing about it, you see. Thinking, gullible woman. How could you give us money?
Much. And, you know, if you come across anything, check out our channel, guys. If you think that there's something in there that I should know about, you let me know. We're looking for the good stuff. But appreciate that.
Oh my god, he just cracks me up, this guy. Okay, let's just move on. Is this the same one? Different perspective? Let's see. Could be from the beach location of the same thing.
That was the first angle. This is kind of interesting as we're looking at it. You heard people, they're kind of shocked.
Kind of looks like a kite again, doesn't it, with LEDs on it? But it could be a drone.
And all, you're looking at everybody with their videos. I'm repeating it once more. Guys, this is interesting, but
could it be, because it's cropped, it could be like one of those LED lamps there underneath, because look how well lit up they are. I don't think it's the same footage as we saw before.
as I was looking at this, I noticed a little closer as you look. When the lady shows her hand to the left, it actually blocks out.
Which means it's a lens flare, isn't it?
The lights in the sky, indicating whatever's there
is not there.
She blocked it with her hand. So that's indicating that whatever's there is actually in the sky. Look how it blocks the lights in the sky.
No, it doesn't mean that at all. It means the lights stop going to the lens.
So it's not an inside application. That's
no, it's not an app, but it looks like it could be a 3-leaded high mass light.
This is in front.
It kind of looks staged too, doesn't it? It looks very staged. That I don't like that one at all. Let's move it on a bit. He's getting. Oh, there we go. Have we got a high mass light there? Something off the edge there, isn't he? He's got lots of donations coming in. Another $20.
Oh wow!
Oh wow! I'm not.
Yeah, did I just see the high last light there?
Oh
wow! Oh look! You can see lens flare here. Certainly something bright here.
Oh wow! I'm not exactly sure if this were real, and it seems like it was something.
That looks so staged, doesn't it? I don't trust that one.
What is that? The thing that, like the UFO thing, like flying all over the place.
I mean, this looks.
Probably off some other Asian UFO channel, is it? But then, aren't they limited on YouTube? So where's he getting it from?
Is this the real deal? Multiple angles?
Yeah, but we've not seen the full scene, are we? Okay, so let's just keep on moving.
Is this a real deal? Or
there's too much light here. It looks so staged. And these people are told to act, I suppose.
Your guys' opinions. Man, we're going to get up to 1,300 people joining.
They probably did it on purpose and said it's a third phase, see if they could get it aired, probably. Anyway, I think that's it done, guys. There's not much we can do with some of that one, but obviously suspicion there in the last one, and probably lead kites, most of it. But anyway, we're going to have to wrap up now. Plus I haven't had anything to eat yet, and it's probably 4 o'clock, is it? So I better go and get something to eat and empty out the other side of me, because I haven't been eating very well lately. I had to cook something up late last night, which then made me sick. So yeah, finished with those ones. We're sort of up to date now, I think, but it's always going to be something pop out before the weekend. So that was a pretty laid back show tonight anyway. I didn't have much time to prepare for it, so hopefully you enjoyed it anyway. And again, just take care on the roads, people, and thanks for the donations and the kind words, and no trolling. Well, there's been a few trollers tonight, but these guys have helped out with that. And I'm not sure. It's we made UFO Pro a spanner there. I think we have. So all the years ago now we've got spanners pretty much, and the ones that show up regularly. Okay. She is really out there from the outback. Yeah. I thought it was going to be Gabbard Beast trying to get some action from the third phase and then mess him around, have a joke with him. Because I could see you doing that, Gabba. I could see you having a bit of fun with third phase. Later, ball. Thanks, guys. Same to yous. I'll say night. And I better dash to the toilet. After my last show where I was talking about the evidence I was collecting, I had this major trots. I just got to the toilet in time. You know how I sort of ended it very quickly because I knew something was going on. It's like something was trying to affect me to stop talking about it. So some more conspiracy there for you. Oh, let's say night and sleep tight, I guess, or whatever. Enjoy the rest of your day. And ending. Here we go. And I got to dash to the toilet. Stay cool till after school, as they used to say. It's probably going to be finished. Oop, did get back in time. Must have just missed the end.